Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcilable, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Welcome back to League Night for August of 2026 here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Tonight we're covering the Virtual Diplomacy League as always, and our feature league is the Snake Pit, the venom-laced league where alliances have a shelf life measured in minutes, and the diplomacy can only be described as cold-blooded. Then for our August VDL match day coverage, our players are sweating through the dog days of summer. Don't let the heat fool you. These players are colder than your mother-in-law's hug. It's a brand new month with brand new games filled with opportunities to watch brilliant players make questionable choices, befuddle our analysts, and somehow show they were right all along. Pull up a chair. Spring 1900 awaits. This is League Night, and I am your host, Brian Pravel, and tonight I am going to be joined by Mr. Craig Meyer. Welcome, Craig. By Katie Gray. Katie, welcome back.
I'm sorry. I'm so caught up with your mother-in-law's hug. That was great. That was funny.
That's the whole reason I wrote the cold open this time. And Michalis Camaridis. Welcome, Michalis. Thank you all for being here. And I'd like to thank all of you who are joining us live in Dip Chat. Dip Chat's one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast. Please use your mother-in-law's hug and questionable choices as the spirit of tonight's game, tonight's coverage. Get your comments in. And for those of you who are watching after the fact, we really do appreciate that as well. You can join in by putting in some comments. And for everybody, just give the stream a like. That helps promote this broadcast for the YouTube algorithm, helps more people find the game of diplomacy, and helps us find a larger pool of players so we don't have to keep playing with that guy again. All right, so with that, speaking of ways to play, anybody have anything they want to plug? Any upcoming events?
Sure. So the next couple of months, Europe, moving into autumn, has a burgeoning diplomacy scene, and there are 3 tournaments in the space of the next 2 months from today. So for the 5th to the 6th of September in Switzerland, the Swiss Championship will be taking place. This is in Sierre, in the Swiss Alps, very picturesque. If you need any details on that, contact Christopher Borjat. He is the TD for that tournament, and will be very happy to help you out, I'm sure. On the 2nd of October, we have the big one. It's the last DipCon of the year, the European Diplomacy Championship. This will be hosted in Chesterfield in the UK, which, if you don't know, is roughly slap bang in the middle of England, and can be got to from a wide variety of airports. This will be a pretty big tournament, and Britain has not hosted an EDC in quite a long time, so excited to see many of you there. I will be at that one. And if that's not enough for you, on the 17th to the 18th of October, we have the Heckstecken hosted by DBN's own Robert Schupper. This will be in Dresden in Germany, which can be got to by flying to Berlin, or I believe Dresden at its own airport, but it's about an hour's train from Berlin, and Robert will be able to point you in the correct way to go for that.
All right. Craig or Katie, anything y'all want to plug?
I think as we speak, the Boston Massacre is occurring. So that's going on this weekend. You could still make tomorrow's round, I think, if you live in the area. I'm sure Maslow would be happy to have you.
You could at least tune in to DBN tomorrow for
That's
the
true.
coverage of it. Good call.
And I think the Windy City Weasels are putting on some tournament that will happen in October, I believe.
Yep. Same weekend as Euro DipCon. So if you're not fortunate enough to fly out there, October 2nd to 4th, we have Weasel Moot. We will be really looking forward to it. Consider it a warm up, kind of getting to know you for the World Diplomacy Championship in 2027, where we'll be hosting. So yeah, if you want to kind of get to know the players, get to know the scene a little bit, we'd love to have you, and it's always a good time. Some other upcoming events I'll shout out. We've got the Flying Fox Fandango in Melbourne, Australia. That's October 17th to 18th. And we've got the Dutch Masters in Leiden. I think you might have mentioned that one, McCallus. On the virtual scene, you can always check in with the Virtual Diplomacy League. And tonight we're covering the Snake Pit. They've got some regular games. If you're into some extended deadline, some press coverage, the Nexus Press full season is ongoing. We've got the Olympus season that I think it just started, and then the Nexus Press League has events coming on every couple of weeks. So if you're interested in any of that, we've got links in our in the description. But one of the easiest ways is just to get connected into the Virtual World Diplomacy channel or community Discord channel, and you can get connected from there to just about every single one of those events. So, all right. Well, with that, we are going to get right into tonight's coverage. Our first games that we're going to cover tonight will be on the Virtual Diplomacy League. We've got 4 rounds. 4 boards that we'll be covering for the Virtual Diplomacy League tonight. First up, let's take a quick look here at our current top 10. This is before any of today's games. So after several months, roughly a little over halfway of the season is completed, Aurora Atman is leading with a score of 358 points, and less than 1 point behind, we have a neck and neck competition. Claire Bradbury coming in second. Justin Lohr, Maya Wild, Jason Gray, Ben Kelman, and Thomas Orr rounding out your top 7. Take a quick look now at positions 11 to 20. Got Craig Meyer, familiar name there.
13th is appropriate.
It's a lucky
Unlucky number 13.
So I wish you luck, Craig. Yeah, so tonight's going to be a good night. Katie, I'm going to go to you. Let's say that it's a little bit like it's just over halfway through a league or a tournament. Kind of what's your like at an event like that, what's your approach to the game? Like, does it change anything?
I think I will say first and foremost, if you have played diplomacy before and you know what works for you, you should continue doing that. I don't think you should change the way that you play drastically given a certain format or a certain tournament. I think that just, in my own experience, leads to uncomfortableness and anxiety, and it doesn't work very well. I do think within the way that you play, if you're halfway through the league, you want to maximize your score, right? So you want to try to, you're halfway through, you don't need any goodwill points from the beginning of the tournament or beginning of the league. You want to try to convert any that you've already accrued into a big score and getting towards the top board at the end of the season.
McCallus, you had a little bit of success last season, just a touch. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think with VDL in particular, what I found personally is I really dislike playing the last round of something before a top board is decided. Whether this is a league or a tournament, if there's an option to not play that last round, everyone is scrabbling for every little dot. There's a lot of like backroom deals that are cut, and if you can lock up a top board spot before that already happens, you don't have to deal with any of that stress. You can sit out. You don't have to stab people who are probably going to be on that top board with you. And VDL was great way to do this. You have August, September, October, November. Those are the months where I would be targeting. Right, let's get some big scores in. Let's get the top board banked. Let's get myself looking like about 4th place in December, and I can sit back and I can relax while everyone else has a miserable time scrapping each other to get onto that top board, and I don't have to deal with any of it. So that's what I'd be looking for.
As a perennial 8th place player, I don't have no idea what that must be like.
I was going to say that works for some people.
All right. Well,
I
think
think the pain you must feel of having to never having to scrap for a position.
I said ideally. It doesn't always work out that way, but these are the bumps where you can try and get those scores in so that you can avoid the later battle.
All right. Well, let's find out what our players have in store for us tonight. We're going to take a quick look now at a couple of the players that we're going to be watching play tonight. Let's see. There we go. So this is by last year's standings. Good news. Y'all are going to be among the very first to hear this. I am currently writing a countdown show. So we have updated standings for this season. So I'm not committing to a date yet, but sometime within the next couple of weeks, we should have those standings released to the public. So the next time that we do this, hopefully we will have updated scorings from this season. But from last season, here's a quick look at some of the top players that will be on the docket tonight. And coming up first, let's see. We are going to give Katie the first break. And let's see. Craig, why don't you take the lead here and introduce our players?
So in Austria, we have Claire Bradbury playing, who's out of Australia, has been doing very well, as you saw by the standings. Next is Nastia Stiles, who I believe comes out of the UK, also a very strong player. Next is Wild, who I've played with and against in this league. Very easy to play with, very competent, very technically good player. Jason Gray, who we do not need to speak about. Just kidding. Jason Gray is lovely. He's out of Australia as well. And Karsten Bratt Fotenhauer out of Kigali, Rwanda. I have not had the pleasure of playing with Karsten, though I've seen Karsten play quite a bit. And then Michael Sexton, who is, I think, is involved in Snake Pit as well. Might be somebody who runs Snake Pit, if I remember correctly. Plays out of Seoul, Korea. And then Micah Blom, perennial board topper Micah Blom out of the Netherlands, who drew Turkey tonight. Obviously, you see her DB&I ranking there. She's one to watch.
Absolutely.
Stacked board for the first round of the morning.
Yeah.
All right. McCallus, any storylines based off these matchups you're going to be looking for tonight?
Jason, Nastja, Maya, Wild, and Claire all just played the Summer Classic top board about 3 weeks ago. All 4 of them made that top board. Be interested to see if there's any hangover in that. Nastja and Maya fought each other in that top board. Jason was on the other side of the board and then fought them sort of later on, battling for the board top. Maya and Claire were working together. So there's a few different permutations from that might carry over here.
All right. So we'll keep an eye to see whether that carries over as we go into spring of 01. Craig, take us away.
So I start in the West. We've got a very standard opening by England, North Norwegian, and York. France, very similar. Walks into Burgundy. Probably not anything that Jason Gray is going to argue about, who has the most common German opening. In the East, a lot of the same, except that there is the bounce in Armenia. I don't like that term that people use for it. It's a silly term. Diplomacy is above that term. Yeah, so Ankh gets to rotate out towards Khan, ideally going to probably put down 2 fleets, assuming Turkey gets another build. Italy goes to Tyrolia, which is probably the only remarkable thing in this opening set of moves. in the fall. Okay, so I'm drawn immediately to that convoy across the North Sea into Belgium, which is supported by Burgundy, and Germany was looking to get 3 builds and tapped north. Not sure what the tap on north was for, but might as well try. That allows Russia to take Sweden. France gets the 2 builds. Italy waltzes into Munich, unopposed, just takes Munich. And in the east, we've got a fleet going into Romania. Smyrna retreats down to Syria to try to avert any planned Lepanto. And Austria moves to Trieste to stop any incursion there by the Italian and takes Greece with support. Fairly standard 1901. Yeah. A couple of little ripples here and there, but nothing crazy.
The East is very interesting. Not just Italy sliding into Munich. I think that's not unheard of. It's unusual for it to work nowadays, but sure. This sort of set of moves between Russia, Austria, and Turkey. You see, Russia has put the fleet into Romania, very pro-Austria. You see, Turkey has brought their fleet straight out to the Med, which Italy didn't bounce. Turkey's also gone to Syria. Austria didn't seem to trust that Italy wouldn't be covering Trieste. This all smells a little bit ratty to me. I'd be quite concerned if I'm casting right now. Builds wise, sort of what you would expect. You see Fleet Smyrna, a couple of armies from Russia and from Austria. Jason in Germany, the only build he puts down is Fleet Kiel, says that he's not actually that concerned about taking Munich back. So that's an interesting one. Perhaps Munich was even by agreement. There are ways of trying to shuffle that through against France. And you see Fleet Marseille from France, Fleet Eddie from England. This is all very EF in the West.
Yeah, there was a point in time where before the Trieste loan became popular, a Munich loan was a thing. I think the idea would be we're building an extra fleet to go put some pressure on France. I've tried it a few times as Italy. I don't love it. It's very difficult to hold on to Munich, and I've found that it's difficult for Italy to kind of get some of the upsides. I think it advantages England and Germany a little bit more. But if you can negotiate it well, I don't think it's impossible to pull off, and I'm going to be watching to see if that's what they're thinking as we go into 1902. Craig, what do we got in store?
So in the west, we see Eddie moving up to Norwegian. We got an attempted convoy into Holland, which is thwarted by Belgium's support being cut by Germany. Germany is moving westward into Helgoland, looking like Germany might be playing to try to get France on the side. France moves to mid-Atlantic and Gascony, but holds Marseille, which is curious. And in the east, we've got some movement towards the line. Warsaw is going to Silesia. Austria attempts to get Tyrolia, but because Munich is not cut, that is braced by a movement out of Venice. Turkey starts to rotate fleets out further into the Med. And Russia does move north, getting 3 on Norway right now. Yeah, very ratty moves. And then in the fall, just staying in the east, Ionian Sea goes to Austria with Turkish support, and Austria rotates armies down into what look like to be convoyable places. A lot of holding there between Russia and Turkey. And then Russia picks up Norway because of the overwhelming force in the north, because England did not want to give up the North Sea and supported it with the Norwegian versus holding Norway. Another attempted convoy into Holland is thwarted by the same, well, this is more of a cut support than a brace. And then Wild in France drops into the Med, either to help Italy, perhaps.
Russia just sliding into Berlin as well there. So
I
everything
missed
coming
that.
up Michael Saxton in that year. That's Norway and Berlin, because England and Germany are too busy fighting each other in a war of mutually assured destruction. I wouldn't be too thrilled if I'm either England or Germany on this board right now, but this is very, very nice for Eastern powers and Russia. And also Austria and Turkey. Like, Russia's probably going to build a northern fleet, that get them committed up there. Not actually going to have a lot of units in the center of the board. So if AT want to flip on Russia, it will be very doable.
Yeah, all of the exchange dots here go to Russia. The Eastern powers are not getting a part of that.
If you take a look at the supply line or the supply center count here, we've got a pretty large gap in 1902 with Russia at 8 and its closest neighbors at 5. Would you be worried about that? Like, is this a situation as Michael? Do you want that second build here?
I probably do. I think I want Army Moscow so that I'm less. Whether you have that second build or not, you're still going to be quite big compared to everyone else. I think you'd rather have a bit more defensive solidity. Having only one army there holding essentially 4 dots is very vulnerable. I think you probably cut a deal to maybe you give up Romania willingly next year to try and even things out rather than making them take it themselves. But I think that building an army Moscow and then building another fleet in the north, probably north coast, and
yeah, Russia's been doing well on boards when they pump out northern fleets, so I could see that happening here.
We get South Coast.
Or southern fleets. Southern fleets and the south coast of St. Pete. That works well too. Doesn't bode well for Jason Gray.
You'll be able to cut a deal with England as well. They're in Skagerrak and
Yep. And that looks to be exactly what happened, because Russia did put England into Denmark and England tried to move into Helgoland. Germany looks like just kind of trying to play defense by bringing Ruhr up to Kiel. We have a brace again in Tyrolia between Italy and Austria, but France continues to move into the Med. And so we've got a French unit in Piedmont, Tyrrhenian Sea, and Western Med, which looks like it may make progress there. And in the Far East, they do pop that fleet that could have retreated either to Sev or to Black in Romania, but chooses to disband, which is likely planned. And Turkey gets into the Ionian while Austria brings the fleet sort of back up to where it started towards Trieste into the Adriatic. Moscow is holding.
Interesting that it's Austria that moves into Rum. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had been Turkey and we give the build to Turkey to put a third fleet down. It's quite hard to see how an extra Austrian army right now is needed or useful as part of a rat, and I'd probably be slightly more concerned as Russia about Austria being in it than I would about Turkey being in it. I can't tell what Ukraine supported. Did Ukraine support the Turk-in? Like, maybe they expected supported Rum to bully. Okay, I don't know. Nonsense order. All right. Yeah. Fair enough.
Nonsense or a misorder.
And then fall moves. So Germany takes Berlin back, but allows Russia to sort of sneak down into the Baltic. Not that he could have stopped that. Russia continues to move armies westward towards the German line. England takes Holland. So England having a fairly good year by picking up Denmark and Holland here. And Munich falls to the French, while the French continues to try to take stuff in the Med and on the boot. Does get into Tuscany, which will be helpful to put pressure further down the boot. Austria slides over into Tyrolia and rotates armies up to Gal and holds on to Rum, but is allowing Turkey to take Greece. So Turkey ends up with that Russian unit transferred to itself through Austrian movement.
Which is quite timely, given that Turkey, before they've even finished Italy off, seems to be picking a fight with France, right? Like that cut on the Mediterranean Sea to stop France taking Tunis is very much. I'm more concerned about stopping French growth than I am about trying to take Italian dots myself right now. So I think Rat has realised they're a little bit on the back foot. EF are making better progress. Basically, since Russia went in on Germany, there's been nothing to slow EF down, and it's been a fantastic year for EF with 2 builds for England, one for France in Munich.
Just want to do a quick shout out. Neo, thank you for this feedback. We will try to make sure we're using names as we're calling these out, and we are looking always to enhance the board state. So appreciate that feedback and appreciate you watching. And for everybody else who's watching as well, always do appreciate that. So we move into winter of 1903. We've got a tough disbuild for Michael Saxton. Everything kind of was going that direction, but now we're losing a little bit of momentum. Any predictions from either of you on what gets disbanded here?
I have a prediction, but I don't know. I would say that army in Livonia could be spared here if you're tight with Austria.
I hate the fact that you're not in Moscow to cover Sev right now. I think the disband should be Fleet Baltic, weird though it is. I think Fleet Baltic is actually probably the unit that's least likely to take anything you can hold. I think EF will get the German dots, not you. And if you pull out Finland or Sweden, I think you just lose stuff in Scandinavia to England. I think if you pull one of those other armies, you're just gonna have an open invitation for Austria to gut you for all you're worth.
Well, there we go. We do get the disband in Livonia, and Fleet in Smyrna makes that gutting a little bit less dangerous.
Should have listened to McCallus.
I think there's no reason for Claire not to go in on Michael here. I think that Claire doesn't care that much if England grows in the north. This is how Claire gets Claire's dots.
England waved, maybe trying to signal, hey, I'll go slow. You guys, your Eastern alliance needs to break down before I'm going to go, pedal to the metal here.
Yeah, I think it's a, hey, Russia, I'm definitely still working with you. Ignore the fleets. Look, I didn't build. Norwegian's friendly, honest.
It's a walk into English Channel for England right now.
I don't think that'll be what happens. But
I don't think so either. I'm just pointing it out. And I mean, France is kind of far away with fleets to do much about it.
Yeah, we've got in England and France, Nastya and Maya Wild, 2 players that have been on a bit of a hot streak this season, definitely coming into their own, and definitely some of the big names to be watching for this season. Spring of 04, it looks like they do continue together. I think this one goes to you, McCullis.
Yep, so looks like at the moment Rat is sticking together. Russia correctly choosing not to worry about Sevastopol. That's tomorrow's problem. And for the moment, Claire is covering Vienna and still worried about the Italian, which does make sense. The Italian has not disbanded favorably towards the Rat, which is also quite relevant. I think that if that Italian army in Bohemia had come off the board, Russia probably would have been in a lot more trouble, but they aren't. So France gets Tunis, and Italy is now being propped up by the French. So last turn, when Turkey cut Tyrrhenian Sea to slow the EF down, it seems to have actually backfired quite badly, and Turkey's the one who's ended up being slowed down here rather than the French or the English, who also get into Kiel and continue to push forward and do make some fleet moves that are quite kind towards Russia.
It looks like we get a little bit of chatter from a couple of our players involved, kind of confirming what the two of you were saying. They're trying to, England is trying to balance keeping them sweet and keeping me sweet. I think that's a nice sentiment, a nice way to say that.
Right, fall of '04, Russia now gets into Berlin, which lets them build another unit, hopefully an army back home. Austria gets into Venice, finally, big success. But for all of this time where this rat has been attacking Italy, they finally get their first dot, and France gets their second, now taking Rome as well. Like, this has been that this rat has really just benefited France more than anyone so far, and France and to a lesser extent England are absolutely reaping the benefits of it, and it'll be interesting to see if any frustration starts to creep in for Micah in Turkey, because if France gets like that whole region, where's Micah's growth going to come from?
Yeah,
All
that
right.
insurance army in Moscow just probably will just sit there for a while or not do
I
a
hope
whole
so.
lot.
All right, winner of 1904, we will pause and play Who Do You Like? And Craig, this is your game to call lead on, so I'm going to go to you first. You have to pick one power. You are going to take them over to give you the best chance to top the board. Who do you pick and why?
I take England. It's got a lot of overwhelming fleet power in the north. I have a good relationship with Russia if I know what the diplomacy background is. And if Russia and I work together, we could really take over this board.
McCullis?
I think I choose France. I think this position is very nice for them in the bed. I think that 80 are running out of reasons to work together, and Micah, at least, I think you could probably try and convince Micah that there's more growth. That there are plenty of Austrian dots there. There's probably only one Italian dot there that Micah might realistically take. So I think that you have a lot of scope for breaking the alliance in the East Open in a way that really benefits you. So I like the French position a lot.
And we've got chatter in chat giving some love to last year's first seed overall sitting in Turkey. Another good pick. This is a very tight game. I think Michael Saxon saying it was an interesting dance this game, and it is an interesting dance to watch. Can go lots of different directions go into spring of '05.
So in the West, Italy kind of, England shuffles some things around, doesn't really do much. France does a lot of holding along the Maginot Line there in the Munich-Ruhr area. Sort of they're holding each other. Russia cycles down into Baltic and puts the Baltic fleet into Prussia. This looks defensive as well. In the Balkans, we've got Austria trying to get over to Tyrolia and Piedmont, blows up that Italian army in Bohemia, which is very nice for them. That was probably very annoying for quite some time. And Turkey gets a successful convoy onto the boot, though. Is it in time or is it too late?
I'd love to know what the Turkish justification for the second convoy from Con to Greece is. Why you need that second army to be in Greece rather than back at home? Just has to be next to Serbia. It's so crucial. There's no way we'd be able to do a multi-sea convoy in future. We have to have it in Greece now. It's really important.
It's tempo.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, Bulgaria touches 2 Austrian dots. Greece only touches 1.
Constantinople doesn't touch any of them.
Like Brian said, tempo.
So question, we've got Prussia, Baltic moving to Prussia. Do you think that's is it a diplomatic pitch? Do you think that we're going to see some coordination potentially between England and Russia, or is that more of a defensive position?
I think it has to be defensive. It's hard to see. The problem with the ER is the second Russian fleet in general. Like this is an ER is not an often seen alliance because it basically requires Russia to not have fleet presence up there to let England go and do whatever they need to do. And I guess this is about as parked as you can get them, but it's still it's there in Baltic, which is next to Denmark, it's next to Kiel, it's next to a lot of different units that make it difficult for England to really move away in force. And if England's going to stab France, they can't just do it. Maybe they could have walked into Channel in spring and walked into Brest, but for a successful long-term war, you need more than just dotting into Brest. You need to really be able to move in Germany in particular, and to do that, Russia would have to not be in a position to follow up against you, and it's really hard to see how Russia can get into that position that would give me enough confidence that that was going to happen. I mean, I think it might be to set up an attack on Munich. I think that's quite plausible. Like Berlin down to Munich makes a lot of sense now, and you can protect Berlin while you do it.
I mean, but wouldn't you want to have an army that's convoyable then? I mean, this self-bounce in Sweden, you know, I guess I don't know. England has plenty of ways to protect Denmark against, you know, Denmark and Kiel against, you know, a power of 2 attack. I would think you would want to be able to convoy to backfill Berlin if you're going to do a move like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is an attempt to like throw an olive branch to England. I think, just as you say, it's not enough of an olive branch, just because that second fleet is always just such a problem. Less Baltic is empty. It's just really hard to see how you free up significant English units to go and fight a proper war against France.
But Russia is pretty safe now in the backyard because nothing's on Warsaw, nothing's on Sev.
Yep, it's been nicely negotiated
Really nice.
by Michael, like to get this whole region. It's got England out of Norwegian as well. This has been some very good negotiating.
Still me, fall 05, and we've got not a lot going on, although curiously, France decides to cover Rome and Tunis, but brings Tuscany into the Tyrrhenian Sea rather than doing sort of a self-bounce in Rome to try to hold on to that. Maybe they thought that Naples was gone anyway, so why not come back and protect? And then that allows Turkey to walk into Naples. Doesn't smell a range to me. It just smells like a guess that they didn't make correctly. And then along what we would call the line, which is that diagonal top right to bottom left across the map, we've got a lot of holds and one sort of little pot shot at Munich that was probably not going to go anywhere. I'm not sure what Berlin did there. Not that it matters a lot because it wouldn't have helped get into Munich.
Yeah, but I think Berlin support helps Silesia, but I think it's, as you say, it wouldn't have mattered either way.
Yeah, is that that's an...
The interesting thing in this rat is the way that the person in danger is shifting now. So earlier it was Russia. Russia was in a lot of danger. Russia has done very well negotiating people away from it. Now I think it's moving into the position where it's Austria. So Turkey is building. Austria has just convoyed a second army onto the Italian mainland when they don't get a build, notably. So Austria right now has one army in Budapest defending 5 dots, essentially 4 if you count the fleet in Adriatic and cover Trieste. This is absolutely a moment in this game where if Micah decides, okay, I'm going to use this build to get my tempo and to put my foot down, Micah will be able to upset the apple cart in terms of the rat and really start pushing for a result. And if she can get Michael to come and do something for that spare army that's sitting in Moscow, does Michael need Austria? Not really. Then there's definitely potential for RT to cooperate next year here.
This is the phase of the game where your alliances start to develop a little bit of tension, and the human behavior element of the game really starts to shine when that pressure goes up. How do people respond to that crucible? We're in 1905. We've got an army in Smyrna that can go several different directions. We've got a fleet in Brest. Both of those builds are likely to amp up some of that tension. And then it looks like we've got a wave from England. So
another wave.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would have waved as England on this move.
Yeah.
I don't see what an extra fleet gets you if you're trying to cut a deal with Russia, and I don't actually think I want to be locked into lots of armies right now, so I quite like keeping it.
Maybe. I think we're going to see some bouncing in the channel. That's my guess.
This
Makes
is
sense.
just feels to me like everything is not right in the EF. Not that it's wrong yet, but it doesn't feel like they're connected exactly on the same page. There's a little bit of tension. I could be reading into this, but that's where I'm going to be watching in spring of 06.
That looks like quite a lot wrong in the EF because England's in the channel. Whether there was supposed to be a bounce and it didn't happen for whatever reason. All right. Meanwhile, nothing else is moving on the line except Russia is once again shifting units around, and now they have emptied Baltic. This is the important thing. Russia has emptied the Baltic Sea, so they have freed all of those English units up to go after France if they so choose. Up until now, that wasn't really a thing. Norway comes back to St. Petersburg, which looks a little bit curious, but I think actually makes a fair bit of sense if you're worried that, say, Turkey was going to use Smyrna to slide to Armenia instead, and maybe you were worried that actually AT were going to come after you after all. Having a second army back that can quickly shift down if needed is quite handy in this position. Especially if you are trying to be pro-England. Meanwhile, Micah also gets Rome as France decides to prioritize defending Tunis. I think this is reasonable from the French. Rome was lost anyway with the amount of armies around it, and it's going to be, again, this is Rome falling to an army. Like there's just nowhere to funnel the Turkish fleets through in the bed. Like France has such a strong position with just 2 fleets down there that, yeah, Turkey's now got Rome. Maybe everyone's happy. This is like a 7-7-7-7-7 1 million sevens draw. Or maybe Turkey goes, you know what? If I want to top this board, I need to get some dots from somewhere else.
And just to comment, we often use a lot of shorthand jargon for different things going on in the board. And when we say something like EF or AI or RT, that just is the first 2 letters of the powers that happen to be an alliance or an alliance we think is going on. So we think there's an England-France alliance. So we would just refer to it as the EF. And right now we've got the EF and the RAT, Russia, Austria, Turkey.
All right, fall of 06, and we're trying to shift some units forward. Turkey is trying to get those extra units onto Trading Sea, but Maya makes a very, very good tactical move. Get out of Tuscany. Tuscany can be cut. Move it to Leon. Leon can't be cut. Tyrrhenian Sea is now once again secure, and now you're going to have to coastal crawl all the way up Italy if you're going to force Tyrrhenian Sea, which will take multiple turns, and then you only get Tyrrhenian Sea, then you need more turns to take units. It's very, very slow progress for the Rat to actually break further against France, so good decision. Lead possibly being buried. France has walked into Holland, but this could all be by agreement. You see England has convoyed to Belgium, and England's walked into Norway. I'm not sure Norway will be by agreement, but also Russia didn't cover Norway, so that too could be by agreement. Like there could be some dot exchanging going on here.
For one of the first times, didn't cover with self bounces stuff up in Scandinavia, so that's interesting.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
It feels all very arranged.
Yeah, but that move into Holland, like France was 1 up on England. Why would England feel obligated to? Well, no, but right. So France loses 1, they become even. I don't understand why England feels obligated to make that whole position there so messy just to keep their ally on 1, while they're not using the build that they have.
Yeah, it's certainly an odd way to do it as Holland, French, Belgium, English, rather than the other way around. It really enmeshes you into each other. But at the same time, like, it's hard to believe that Norway's not arranged. As you say, there wasn't the self-bounce there, and England has chosen to pull units in odd places if they didn't expect that. It's also notable Austria's pulled back from the line. They've gone to Galicia, which is potentially a sign that AT is setting up the attack on Russia here.
I definitely think that. Craig, is that your read as well?
Well, I mean, Turkey went to Armenia. You know, it's just completely in the opposite direction of where you, as Russia, want Turkey to be going. You don't want Turkey to be going east. You want Turkey to always go west. And this should be setting off Saxton, Claxton all day long.
All right, so we have our witches, the Wicked Witch of the West and East. That's England and Turkey, both putting down builds. My prediction is they are both coming for Michael Saxton. But we only get one army build from Turkey and another wave from Nastya in England. Fascinating as we go into spring of 07. Craig, how does this shape up?
Okay, so we have a convoy swap. So Belgium is convoyed via the North Sea to Holland, while Holland moves to Belgium. We love a convoy swap. It's a way to get 2 units in adjacent territories to trade spaces, which generally can't happen without that 3rd unit to convoy. Other than that, in the English, not much is going on. The French, not a lot going on. I guess there was an attempted convoy into Rome, which maybe France was expecting Austrian support by Apulia and Venice, but that didn't happen. And yeah, so we've got Austria and Turkey making the move on Russia, who really does absolutely nothing to prevent that. Silesia supported Berlin and Moscow held. And David Hood is
has to be arranged.
David Hood is spinning in his grave.
This just has to be arranged. Like, there's no reason for Moscow to hold there ever unless you're willingly giving up Sev. I don't know about Warsaw, but Sev is... this feels like we're not changing for a draw, and I don't really understand it.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of joke. There's a lot of
nothing
joke
moves
orders.
anywhere except Moscow to St. Petersburg. That's the only actual move.
Okay, so now I am convinced, as you are, McCullough, that this is all theater, just allowing them to walk in.
So we'll adjust with this turn, and the prediction will be...
I'm going to be a Fleet Liverpool so that Nastya says we're drawing.
And does anyone, like, I don't know, Micah or Claire, not vote for this draw?
Micah has a lot of reason not to, but I don't think Micah's played a lot of VDL this season, so I don't know if Micah's gonna to push for the big top and try to go for the top board.
And a wave again from England.
I don't think anyone else can veto, because if the game continues, Micah has a lot in pocket.
Yep.
All right. Well, our game does end in spring of 1908. Craig, this is your game. What's the story of this game? How did we end up with this 2-way tie for the top between Maya Wild and Micah Blom?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good EF. It was a good, I guess, rat to begin with that turned into sort of a ersatz AT, and good alliance play on both sides of the board. And it looks like Michael was totally on board to let the AT kind of move up and allow Micah to have a share of the board top with Maya. I think Nastya in England, I think played very well, made good gains. I think there were maybe some opportunities that weren't taken, which may have made it a more chaotic game, I guess is a word for it. But really just very stable, solid move, advance your position carefully and slowly game.
At the end of the day, like these are, I mean, Mike has done well to come back and get a good shared top, and Wild had a good start to the game, but no one got a good score from that game. Like under Open Tribute scoring system, VDL, that is pretty bad scores for everyone. This is not people banking scores to lock them into the top boards. This is just people adding another score to their averages. And at the end of the season, that slightly better average might be worth 2 points. That better top could have been worth 40. Like, these are the sort of games you could look back on in 3-4 months' time and be a little bit regretful.
Oh, do you think they were playing to have fun? Oh,
the worst.
Yeah. You do not play this game to have fun. You play to entertain us.
Exactly.
And that is why we brought Craig on for analysis. He's willing to say it like it is. Thank you. And with that, Craig, I'm going to remove you from this broadcast to let you cool off a
No.
little bit. And we're going to welcome Katie on. Katie, welcome.
All right, get that no fun old man out of here.
And Katie, you get to catch any of that game? I saw a little bit of you. You had some comments.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. I have a really soft spot in my heart for a rat because the last game I played was a rat, and it was the most fun I've ever had playing diplomacy. So I was kind of rooting for them, but you know, it wasn't really the board state for a rat, I think, in this game. So it made sense how the game ended, I think.
One day
like
when we have
those,
a little more. Go ahead.
I like those deep-seated soft spots that go all the way back to the last game you played.
It goes
it's good
so
to
far
see.
back. It's at least a week and a half, I think, maybe almost 2 weeks.
So much. That's a tradition at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand by it.
Those roots are deep. One day when we have a little more time, I'm gonna have to pick y'all's brain about if the rat can ever coexist with the strong EF or not, but we do not have time for that question right now. We're going to transition to our next game. And this one, McCallus, I'm going to give you the call. Introduce game 286.
All right, in Austria, back for more, we have Micah Blom, potentially is looking to play VDL to make the top board. In England, we have some guy who hates fun. Don't know what he'll do. In France, we have Astronaut. In Germany, we have Aslan Salwar. Cool to see him back. He hasn't played in a couple of years. Returning face. In Italy, we have Commissioner Darcy Morris, who I don't believe plays for Score. In Russia, we have a new player, Snooking. And in Turkey, we have Jason Gray back again. So a couple of repeat players in this game.
And Katie, any storylines that you'll be looking for based on the player matchups, especially the position of the players?
Unfortunately, Brian, it's only my personal reaction to this board, and I am rooting for Aslan because, as McCullough said, I don't think he's played in a while, and I remember him from a few years back, and he was super fun, and I loved working with him, so I am rooting for Germany on this board, and of course, against Craig, as is good and right with the world.
All right, McCullough, take us away.
All right, well, 1901, and it looks like some of the players are hearing Katie root against Craig and going, yep, I want to get on board with this. So Russia is opening north straight away. I'm here to have fun. No old men for me. So you see that from the Russians. You see very apparent friendship with Austria, the DMZ in Galicia. I'll bring out my contractual obligation that when Vienna opens to Budapest, Austria has their highest top share and their highest elimination share. It either goes well or it goes awfully. Mike is in Austria. I think I'm going to go with it going well this game. And you see the old-fashioned Turkish opening from Jason, putting both armies across, saying, I'm not going to pull the fleet out. I want to be friends with Darcy. Words that are rarely said in diplomacy. Okay, Fall of
What?
Fall of 1901, and Darcy Morris is here for an aggressive IT where we go into Micah, and Jason Gray is here for a no-build Turkey where you don't take Bulgaria.
No, let's stop covering this game, Brian. I'm sorry.
For reasons, is the best description of that. Elsewhere, if we ignore whatever that is, it's the middle of the night for Jason, and maybe he just went, oh, you know what, I'd rather be in bed than play Turkey. That's the best explanation I have for that there. In the West, we have a free build Germany, which sounds cool and exciting until you look at what England's done and go, oh, this smells Western Tripoli. So we shall see. I fear with the bounce of Sweden and the convoy to Norway that what we're actually about to see is a Western Triple.
Jason, what the actual... I don't know how much was allowed and supposed to... I have, for once, caught myself before I have cursed on this channel, Brian, but what the actual F is going on, Jason? This is awful. Next. Next season, please.
It's got to be a misorder. I just
don't know.
can't
It's
imagine.
backstabber. This isn't an
I hate
in-person tournament. How do you misorder?
It's
Believe
like
me, I can find a way to misorder.
So
on
probably
backstab.
Jason is like, I'm being aired. I'm gonna lose Bulgaria next year anyway, so I'll just move back and be defensive. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't like it.
I don't think so. That's a good call out. I do not think we've seen.
In fall
Yeah.
of 01, no, never.
I don't remember. I remember the stats for Austria opening Vienna to Budapest. I don't remember the stats for Turkey and Bulgaria to Constantinople. I'm going to guess, slightly wild assumption, but I'm going to guess it doesn't lead to the highest object for Turkey.
Taking the big predictions there, McCullis. That's why he's world champion. Winner of 1901. Double fleets from Astronaut. That's kind of fun. And a little Tripoli, a little less fun. Western Triple being all three.
It's not a triple. No, because Aslan built 2 fleets.
Yeah,
It's
Fleet
not a
Kill is not
triple.
very Tripoli.
Yeah.
You only need one of them. Craig also Fleet London, which is next to France.
Yeah. All right. Let's find out as we go into 02. Katie.
I don't know. I guess it could be Western Triple where Germany just really wants Sweden. I don't know. So Craig has convoyed Norway back to Clyde, which I'm sure everyone in Denver will love. And also Russia will love as Russia walks into Norway and Sweden. So I don't know that... Actually, I don't think that Russia can hold either. So maybe this is just very temporary spring turn, but it is kind of funny. Craig is now in the channel, so I don't think that Craig and Austria are getting along regardless. There is no Western Triple. It might just be an EG where Germany builds 2 fleets, which, I don't know. That'd be fun to see. I think Jason does just want to go home and go to sleep. I'm actually... like, this is kind of a bummer. So he's covering Syria when nothing can go to Syria and then just moving everything away. And I think Jason's like, leave me alone. I'm in my corner. Somebody else do something.
I think Jason has unlocked a secret world map and he's going to send those armies all the way home from Australia where he lives. They're just going to keep going that way. They're going to disappear off the board. And in about 1910, they'll appear again in the northwest corner. He's sort of discovered the Northwest Passage with them.
I mean, I guess he's probably hoping AI takes Munich and moves away from him. I don't know.
I'm not even sure he's hoping.
Med. Well, I don't know. It could be working. Austria's moving to Ionian and taking back Trieste. So maybe it worked. Maybe Micah's like, you're right, Jason. I should leave you alone.
Whatever's happening in the game is contagious. Because first we saw Jason sending his armies back home, and Craig has decided that in fall 1902, that army that was in Norway now needs to be in Liverpool where it started the game. So everyone is sending their armies back to where they came from.
Hey, at least there's a fleet in Denmark. But true. Like, Aslan did not take Sweden. Snuken did not lose Norway or Sweden. Okay, Russia is in a great spot against all odds, or at least my odds, which are not all of them. Wow. So Craig just leaves the channel, goes to north, takes Denmark, and Russia keeps Norway and Sweden. So Craig just traded Norway for Denmark for no reason? It's unfortunate that we don't have this random English player on the stream to tell us what's happening, because this makes no sense.
It's Craig. Even if he was here, it still wouldn't make any sense.
This is wild.
What we can say is that I think Darcy has been snookered here. Not snookered, but snookered. I think that Darcy was, if you look at those 2 armies in the middle, was expecting a big shift up to get all the units on Munich. And instead, he's also gone to Smyrna. He's gone to cut moves to help Micah. And instead, Micah has gone to Trieste and Ionian. I cannot see that being an agreement. Micah's putting 2 down. And I think Darcy is actually somehow, out of all of this mess and chaos and fake moves from Jason and Craig, it's Darcy who's been screwed, which I can only applaud and get behind. And well done.
You can't blame Darcy for this. This is a joke. The Turkish moves are ridiculous. Craig is being ridiculous. I'm sorry, Craig, you're being ridiculous. Like, how?
But Darcy deserved to be punished for it.
For what? How is?
It's Darcy.
All right, so I mean, there is an argument that this moveset from England, that Craig's, hey, I am now switching over to an EF, and it just didn't materialize, and maybe it will now that Craig's followed through with his side of the orders, but I don't know. Winner of 1902, we got Snucken having a good year, putting down 2 armies. Micah Blom also having a good year, putting down 2 armies. Get a disband in Skag, and spring of 03, back to you, McCullis.
So I know that Micah loves an AR, and that's sort of what I'm expecting to happen here. And this is what the follow through looks like. So Russia is now putting a fleet into Constantinople with the agreement of Jason Gray, who has decided that I'm going to continue screwing around, and I suspect this is going to walk straight through. Because why would we do anything against poor Jason? He's doing nothing but friendly things. Meanwhile, Darcy loses to Rolia and has it blown up because Micah also bounces Venice with some very nice little tactics around there, walks into Naples. This is all quite nice. Naples probably hard to hold. It looks like France and Italy are working together, but there's a good chance of making some more progress in the Med. Elsewhere on this board, this EF is more just an F, which might be what Craig is saying after this turn went through, and France slides straight into London, something that was very hard to predict would ever happen. Like units that are in the English Channel never go to London, but it's good news. Liverpool's in Wales at least, so that's secure, and Germany is in Ruhr.
Yeah. Okay, Jason, whatever. You're right.
Fall of 1903, and the Constantinople Canal is open to all. Turkey abolished duties on it after World War I in real life. They've done it slightly early in this game, and you can just transit through for free nowadays. This is the wonderful world that cruises have opened to people. In elsewhere in the Med, France has taken Tuscany and blown the Italian up. So it turns out the Astronaut is not there to help Darcy. Astronaut is there to pile in on Darcy's misery. I love it. I respect it. And well done. Darcy loses Naples and Venice because clearly in this game,
No.
Darcy is the one who deserves to be going down. I think that is safe and reasonable for everyone to assume. You just look at the moves that have been entered. Like, look at those English moves. Look at those Turkish moves.
Yeah, Darcy, you're just not supposed to play diplomacy, apparently. You're supposed to just show up and just put random orders in for funsies. You're not supposed to try to play Darcy. Duh.
I do think, just in all seriousness, if Darcy's score does not count, that could influence a little bit of what we're seeing here. But it also could just be that our players are having fun playing with each other. Who knows?
I think some players are having fun and some players are not. And I will say, me personally, I don't actually care if my score counts. I don't want to be messed with. And I feel like that's true of a lot of people. Like, it's not just like, oh, my score doesn't count, do whatever you want. Like, you still want to be treated with respect, and you want to be able to play the game, and you want to be able to negotiate and have a game. And I don't know. I'm reading a lot into this game, and I'm kind of playing it up, right? Because I don't know, trying to be entertaining. But like, if I'm in this Italian position and people across the board are making ridiculous orders like what Jason is doing, I don't know what Jason's saying. It might be maybe his orders match up really well with his negotiations, and he's saying, I'll hang back and I'll be patient, and it might all be understandable given the press, but I still think like you want to be taken seriously, and I don't think it's just like, okay, let's clown on Darcy because it's easy. And I know that's fine, McCullis. I'm not giving you crap, but I'm just saying, like, you should treat your players with respect. Treat the people around you like they're trying to play a game, even if the score doesn't count. Okay, I'm done.
And speaking of respect, what we should really notice in that last term was that Craig Mayer, after losing London to the French and after picking a war with Germany, decided that the appropriate solution was to move up to Skagerrak to attack Russia. I think that is absolutely the correct board response from Craig. And
I'm so upset.
All right, winner of 03. I am gonna call an audible. I want to play Who Do You Like here, because I think this is probably going to be a telling turn after this. Nicholas, I'm going to you first.
I like Micah. I called it when the Vienna to Budapest went through, and I like it more ever since. Everybody else has decided that they're going to screw around, and Micah's like, yeah, I'll screw around. Watch my line go up like that. I'm screwing around. I'm having fun. I'm in Venice. I'm in Naples. I'll be in Rome. I'm having fun. Look at me. I'm the fun player. Micah will top this board by miles.
European tour for Micah Blom. Katie, it's okay if you agree, but if not, Micah.
I'm not going to agree with McCullis. Come on. I mean, if Craig just wants to do nonsense in the north, I'd really like to be France here. I think France is in a good position, but I'm going to go for Germany because I would like to see Aslan do well. It's purely personal and not logical. That's
okay. Okay, so I'm a little surprised. I was expecting another fleet from France. So we've got an army here. How do we feel about that?
I think that there's a case for moving to Piedmont. I don't think it's a great case. I think you've probably already lost the battle for the Italian dots, in which case the army could be a disguised way to attack Germany, which I probably do quite like. I know Katie very much doesn't after that pick, but I think that going up to Belgium and sliding into Germany is the right way for France to grow here.
Yeah, it's my read as soon as I saw it is that's feels a little bit anti-German. Find out, Katie.
Yeah, could be anti-German, could just be an agreed bounce in Belgium, but Micah is moving to Munich as Russia moves to Berlin. In the south, we've got Russia moving to Ionian. Yeah, Micah moving to Apulia and Venice. Jason's just hanging out. This definitely does look like Micah solidifying her position, saying, yeah, I'm going to have the most centers. What are you going to do about it? Craig gets Norway. Congrats, Craig. You could have had Norway if you didn't just convoy out of it in 02. But, good for you. Now you have Norway and Denmark, but not London, but Norway and Denmark. So that's really fun. I have nothing else to say. I'm sorry.
There's one real alliance on this board, and it's AR, and they're getting everything they want, and everyone else is just screwing around with each other whilst AR march inexorably forward. So, well done.
Sandukan, welcome to the Virtual Diplomacy League, game number 1, and we've got a Russian fleet in Ionian in fall of 1904. Do not see that every game. Way to keep things interesting in this one. Katie, what happens in the fall?
I have a quick comment that I want to make, and it's just, will Jason continue to do nothing, or is Jason biding his time to play this game? And I think the answer is the former. And I think Jason is not playing this game. But if he's biding his time, that's super fun. That's super great. And I'd really like to, see the year where he thinks it's time to go. But I don't think it's happening. I think he's just chilling. I think McCullis is right. It's just AR. Italy does make it to Ionian, but France makes it to Tunis. This is the fall, so Italy will be disbanding something. This is going to be
everything.
Is that French in Rome?
Yep.
Okay, so bye, Darcy. Sorry you wanted to play a real game. Joke's on you. You're not supposed to do that. Good game.
Round of applause, I think, for Austria and Micah for a beautiful takedown of Italy. Textbook, I would say.
No, not textbook. Ridiculous. Okay, so this is only good for France. France is now in the North Sea and in Tunis and in Rome and in Irish and oh no, not in Belgium, but okay, in Picardy and Burgundy. While Micah's in Munich and Austria's in Berlin and Aslan's in Denmark, so that's something for Germany. But Craig's in Norway, and I guess Craig's also in London, so okay, congrats. I don't know. This is a really good French position. I don't think it's not better than the AR position though, right? So if AR sticks together, then one of them is probably going to top, but it's a nice French position.
Micah getting through to Ruhr is very big, actually. Like, this is a part of the board where AR can get bottlenecked, and getting to slide straight into Ruhr and backfill Munich immediately is absolutely beautiful. It's exactly what you want. So that's a big move.
I mean, they're getting, like, Germany is not worried about them, right? Like, Germany is moving against France, so it's a diplomatic victory too.
Yeah,
England and France have been dotting and screwing with Germany for a couple of years,
Yeah.
so I suspect that they have made their beds, and now they will find that it's not very comfortable to lay on.
when you are an AR in 1904 and you're at Munich, and the west, every arrow that moves is going away from you, that's about as ideal a situation as you can expect.
They have fleet superiority in the south, which is wild. That never happens in an AR. Like, that one French fleet is it. Well, and whatever Jason's doing, but probably just the French fleet.
Well, Spring Night, no fine, but Jason has moved some units and has a walk into Sevastopol if he wants. So maybe Jason Gray has gone, all right, 5 years in, I've had enough of a nap and asking ChatGPT to submit my orders while I have a snooze. I'm going to wake up and actually play some diplomacy and go, what can I make happen here? And it turns out he's got some options.
Yeah, he can put a fleet in Sevastopol. That's really big for Turkey's growth. Black Sea. It is.
Black Sea is relevant.
He's not going to be in black if he has Sevastopol. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Well, elsewhere, AR are continuing to just dominate across the line, so they get into teal now. They do cut Holland to help France take Belgium, which is maybe a little bit curious, actually. I would have thought they would be more inclined to work with the German, who seems to be pissed at France, rather than work with the other side of the board. But still, it seems like they're basically just spreading chaos. So it looks like whatever EF relationship there was has broken down after a year. There's now bounces in Liverpool, bounces in Yorkshire, and Germany is putting England back into North Sea so that France can retreat to Norwegian Sea. This is all just complete chaos. There's an attempted EG attack on Sweden, which doesn't work because Russia defends. So, yeah, the rest of the board is falling apart, and AR are just continuing to do what they want. And if Russia gets hamstrung by a Turk snagging Sevastopol, that just helps Micah more. Okay, fall 1905. Turkey does indeed snag Sevastopol, but Jason Gray shows that this is what you do with Constantinople. You don't go to Black Sea. You don't do anything. You just give a little hostile support to that little bounce that's in Bulgaria and dot Micah by giving it to Russia. It looks quite fun. I don't really understand it. I don't actually think you want Russia to be taking Bulgaria while you're attacking Sev. Because Russia now, because of Kiel and Bulgaria, is building despite you taking Sev. But, hey, well, what can you do? Elsewhere, there's a nice little brace on Rome between France and Austria does not get into Holland because Russia support holds on. So actually, maybe this is a real stab. Maybe Russia did actually stab for Bulgaria, and Sevastopol was somehow agreed upon, and that's why St. Petersburg didn't move back. So this could be the first sign of some proper tension in the AR and a bit of a decisive moment for it. Does it continue? Can Micah get it back on track, or is this the end of the AR?
Katie, if you are in the Russian position and you get this pitch, like, hey, we're going to work together, stop the board leader. Like, they're going to run away with it. We've got Rob Hillier asking about a solo threat potentially. Like, this is a serious threat. Would you say yes if you're Russia, or would you stick with Austria in this position?
So I don't think this is like a solo Austrian position, but I wouldn't be denying that if I'm Russia, because it's good for me to hype that up. If I'm Russia and I'm trying to make a deal with Jason, I'm saying put your fleet in Sevastopol so that you can't further hurt me, but we can move on together against against Austria. I really don't like just an army in Sevastopol. It also seems like Russia didn't take French support into Norway, which wouldn't have gone anyway, but you want to be working with as many people as possible. So if I'm Russia, I'm like trying to work with France against Germany. Well, maybe I'm propping up Germany, but against England. I'm just trying to find as many allies as possible. So I don't know. If I'm like Austria, you want your first build of the entire game in 05, that's great, but you can put a fleet in Sev. Don't put an army there. That's what I would do if I was Russia. In the spring, I guess. You have to start in the spring, right?
All right. Well, we get Fleet Smyrna, Army Warsaw, disband is in Ruhr. That's painful. Mike will be fine. And Astronaut puts down Fleet in Brest as we go into spring of 06. Lots of game to be played. We've got a tie for the top right now. 3 powers sitting at 8 centers. McCullis, what do we see in 06?
Yeah, so Army Warsaw, I think, was a very illustrative build. Oh, sorry. I'll let Casey talk about Army Warsaw and how magnificent it was.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about Army Warsaw. It didn't do anything. Like
it was a sign that I think that Russia wanted to work with Turkey, not with Austria, right? Like Army Moscow is I'm pissed about Sev. Army Warsaw is I don't care about Sev.
I think that like Russia knew that Sev was happening. I don't think that was a surprise because, like you said, Russia supported Holland and also, took the hostile support into Bulgaria. I think that Sev was agreed upon. Moscow moving down makes a lot of sense. I think it is interesting, though, that France moves to Clyde and England moves to north. Like, everyone is moving away from the north for Russia. So, Russia is allowed to do this tab on Austria with no northern repercussions. They can totally move their units south and focus on defending against a potential, second stab or whatever against Turkey, or also just following up against Austria. And then France moves out of Rome. Okay, that's fine. Micah has a French ally here, right? Like, Micah's convoying back to Albania. France is moving away and moving to Tunis. Like, Micah doesn't need to worry about the Italian dots that she's gotten. Maybe Venice, but at least for the spring, she's safe and she has a French ally here. In the north, we've got Craig doing Craig things, moving his fleet back to London and the army up to York. I don't know. McCullis, talk about what Craig is going to defend with that, please.
I think he was hoping he could defend Liverpool. I think he has failed because France has put 3 on it. He's only got 2.
Oh, I guess if Wales is the mover, okay.
Yeah. But I think he's recognised. Either way, Craig and France both realised that they were attacking each other. So whoever started it, and both of them knew what the situation was, and they both moved all their units there. Germany appears to be on Craig's side at the moment. We'll see how long that lasts based on this West.
I'm waiting for the punchline, Chris Kelly. I'm looking forward to finding out if this is going to go on Fall of 06.
Oh, a convoy that doesn't work. Bummer.
This has been a good year from Micah tactically. It's really blocked this sort of attempted RT against her. But I'll let you talk about the moves.
Yeah, I mean, the moves are pretty bad for Russia. Russia gets Munich, but I think Munich's really overrated as a center unless you're Germany. So good for Russia, but you lost Romania, and Bulgaria is pretty vulnerable. Sevastopol's already gone. I don't know. I don't think this is great for Russia, even though Russia gets Munich. Jason's not able to convoy into Greece because Micah, well, in part because Micah, no, it has nothing to do with this. Jason's not able to convoy into Greece, but also Micah still has an ally in France, right? So Micah's it's not getting squeezed. It's not intact on both sides. And her French ally is moving to Liverpool and is building, I think, there's some failed convoys and stuff. Is that Germany supporting England to Belgium?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what that big mess of arrows is. Yeah. England tried to move to Belgium and it's blocked by
Doesn't
France
work though.
Holding it.
So it's really just the FA, I mean, they're still pretty strong. Yes, Turkey's coming back a little bit, but like Turkey started from so far behind that it's kind of just, I think, going to be Micah and Astronaut.
I think Russia's in it as well.
Russia's in it, but Russia's losing Romania.
They're even for the year, which Micah's down one on the year.
Oh, you're right. They got Munich. You're right. I just talked about that, but I forgot already. You're right.
And also, like, Munich is maybe a bit overrated, but there are 4 Russian armies in those German sort of region. It's not very easy to take stuff back off of them around there, whereas normally it's not quite such a powerhouse of armies there.
True.
So McCallus a couple turns ago said, hey, is Jason Gray biding his time? When is he going to make a move? Is he going to make a move? And here we do see it happening. Going up +1, 5 centers, pretty fragile. I'm very curious to see the relationship between Turkey and Russia here. I could definitely see Russia potentially trying to move things around a little bit, force Sev, work with Austria. I could see that happening again if Micah's up for it. But I do want to really shout out something you called out, Katie. The relationship between France and Austria is really dictating the shape of this board right now. And whether or not that lasts, I think could really dictate the outcome. So lots of... Yeah, tough disband. So let's talk about that. Katie, what's your choice if you have to take that disband from Micah right now?
I think it's Bohemia. Maybe it's Tyrolia, and you just try to pitch France to go to Tyrolia. I think okay. If I'm Micah, it's Tyrolia, and I'm saying, look, France, I'm going to try to help you, but regardless, I'd rather have you top than Russia. So, like, I'm trying to get France moving across the line as much as they can, but I'm not disbanding a fleet because I don't want to give Jason the space.
Yeah, I mean, if France builds an army in Paris, then that's probably fine. They can cover Burgundy. France does have to cover Burgundy here. Like, there's enough Russian armies around Munich, and you're at war with Germany to be concerned about Burgundy here. So then going to Tyrolia is fine as a backfiller. If France feels that they're better served by a fleet or something, then they're going to be a bit overstretched. So I don't know. I think Tyrolia is the right disband, but it's a hard one.
It is hard, yeah.
It's Bohemia is the choice. Understandable. We do get the army in Paris to help cover Burgundy. So if you don't have the one, the other follows. That makes sense. Jason Gray putting an army down in Smyrna. Don't know if that tells us anything or not.
I think it tells us Jason is playing for Jason, and I actually love it. I think it's great. He is not concerned. Yeah, let's go, Jason. He's like, I've waited long enough. Let me get some centers. He's like, I need to have some power. I like it a lot, actually. I think it's really great. And I'm sorry, I think this might be McCullous's turn, but too bad. Oh, wait, no. I probably should let McCullous speak, because what I was going to say is I think that Russia just blew this up instead of retreating to Black Sea, but it probably didn't have a choice because it's on the south. Is that correct?
It didn't. It's on the south coast.
Okay, well, never mind. I'll just let McCall speak.
I mean, Turkey has done this. I suspect it's by agreement, because you actually want the second army next to Serbia anyway. So Jason is still supporting Warsaw to Galicia. I think this is probably all copacetic between RT. Just try to put units in positions where they really should be rather than where they are. Maybe you should have thought about that earlier in the game, but hey, what can you do? Spring of 07, we've started playing properly. Elsewhere, Russia takes Ruhr, which gives France a retreat to Holland because Germany has taken Belgium with English support. But France can't easily cover Holland, keep Holland, because Germany's also down in Helgoland. But Russia has got to cover Kiel in that case, which means Munich might be vulnerable because AF have moved up to Bohemia and Tyrolia has been backfilled as we suggested. So a lot of chaos still going on over there. Russia also sails into Norway, which can defend it from the French who are in Norwegian, but defending it by staying in it themselves most likely. So not ideal for Craig.
Chris Kelly, it's your turn for the rest of that punchline. So we do get the spring of 07. Turkey finally takes Bulgaria. Will they keep it?
Yeah. And also get Greece, because why not?
Do get run blown up though, so
Yeah,
not
but who
not
cares?
everything going Jason's way. Some
You've
good
got a
guesses.
fleet in Greece.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
go
you can
ahead.
pull out on your fleet. So yeah, I mean, but this is, I think Micah gets the better end of the guesses though. So Micah gets into rum at the expense of Greece. Micah also gets into Munich at the expense of nothing. So Micah is +2 for the year -1, which gives her a build, which is perfect. And France, her ally, gets back into Belgium, blowing up the German that's there. England gets to backfill Holland, which makes up for Norway, but it does mean that Germany is just down to 1, and that 1 is the only one there. Russia has taken Norway, which they now need to cover along with St. Petersburg, because France is up in Barents. Does Russia have a build for this? No, because they've lost Munich. So there's not a build from Russia. They did, but that was piffed, so it shouldn't be a disband. But it is just no build, which means that Russia is horribly overstretched in the north against that French fleet right now.
I'm sorry. Can I just England taking Belgium makes no sense, right? Like, why doesn't Helgoland just go there? Like, why do you need to do this convoy and get your army off the island? Like, don't you?
The English support would be cut by a channel, so this is the only way to have an uncuttable attack on Holland.
I don't know. Helgoland could have supported North there. I don't know. I feel like you want your army to like defend against France. No, maybe not. I don't know. Okay, fine, whatever.
It's Fleet Liverpool, so it's not an immediate pressing threat. I guess you probably thought Norwegian wasn't going to go for ready. It's a bit of a gamble, but
it's just that if Belgium is where English armies go to die, then like Holland is where already dead English armies go to be dead again.
I think the right play probably would have been to try and convoy swap Belgium and Holland, convoy Belgium to Holland, so that the German army in Belgium can't be blown up. Then you could have got that back. That would have been quite a nice thing, but that's
too Carthagy for us normal people, Megalis.
I mean, it's not horrible to have the army there. I think that gives you a little more defense against Russia. I would assume that's the pitch. Let's find a way to make myself useful. But we'll find out whether that pays off in 1907. Double fleets from Jason Gray saying, let's go. Micah Blom puts down the army as we go into spring of 08. We've got 2 years left. We've got Astronaut sitting pretty on top at 9 centers. Micah have a little bit of drop, but coming back at 8. And then Snookin hanging on at 7. This one goes back to you, Katie.
Okay, so Russia lost the guess in the north between Norway and St. Pete, and they're not going to be able to take back Norway, I think, unless they somehow get Craig's help, but then they lose Sweden. I don't think it's going to happen. So Russia lost the guess, also took back Sebastopol and took Munich. So, loses Norway, but is like up to, for now, it's not
retreats
the worst.
To Vienna.
What?
They retreated to Vienna.
Okay, up 3 and down Norway. I mean, I think it's great. Like, what are you gonna say? It's the only place I could retreat because otherwise I would piff my unit, Micah. So you have to be on side, right? I do think it's a net. Okay, with the retreat to Vienna, it might be a net win for Russia. They do also. In the north, they're the ones retreating to Kiel. So I don't know. They might be able to hold stuff in the north. Micah takes back Greece. And I'm sorry, but like, why is Jason moving Konta and Kara again? Does he think that he's gonna maybe Bulgaria? He thinks Bulgaria is gonna blow up, and he wants to be able to retreat.
Yeah, he wanted to retreat. I think it was reasonable.
But it's the spring, so you could just have. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's not looking that bad for Micah. Micah loses Munich, but again, Munich's overrated. Gets back Greece, and is in Galicia. So
I think it's just looking good for Astronaut, though. Like, he's got Norway, he's got walked into London there. Eddie is now potentially takeable, especially once England starts disbanding. This was a really, really good turn for France.
Yeah.
And they already have the lead.
Yep.
Such a good turn. I wonder if we're talking draws after this year.
Too chaotic.
So Astronaut does take Eddie and also keeps London, gets into the Channel, keeps Norway. Yeah, really, really great for France. Russia keeps Munich, doesn't keep Vienna, doesn't keep Sev. So it's not a great year for Russia. I think Russia's like down. But Jason keeps Sevastopol, takes Serbia. I don't know. This is too much. I think
Jason's even. He's traded Greece for Serbia.
Yeah, they're
Micah
even.
Micah's lost Munich and gained Greece, so is also even. And France is +3.
Yeah, nice.
Now we might be talking draw.
Not if you're France.
There's reasons to keep it going, yeah.
All right, Astronaut +3, but only 2 centers to build. And we get an army from Jason Gray in Constantinople. And which one? It looks like Silesia is the unit that Mike is disbanding. We say good night to Craig Meyer. Thank you for playing. Aslan hanging in there with that fleet in Denmark.
Craig's still on the board. Don't take Craig out of his one dot. He's got Fleet Irish Sea.
I can't read.
He's got Holland.
All right, good. Well, Craig survives in Holland, survives the draw. Game is over. Astronaut with a pretty dominant position at the end of this game. Michalis, how did Astronaut do it?
Well, Austria and Russia got into a war of mutually assured destruction, and France reaped all the benefit, really. The West was incredibly chaotic, and they managed to thread the needle between all the mayhem going on between England, Germany, and Russia to win all of the West. And they had free reign to do it because AR were fighting each other, and Turkey had blown up with them. So the whole East was just in chaos. And when one side of the board is in chaos and you clean up your side of the board, you're probably going to win the game. So very, very efficiently done. Well done, Astronaut.
Katie, anything to add?
No, I think that the only barrier to Astronaut topping this board was the AR, and when that broke down, it was just go France. Yeah.
Well, this was a game that had moments of chaos and moments of brilliance. It was a really interesting game to cover, very uneven from a pacing standpoint, and from a are we goofing off, or are we having fun, are we playing the game like strategically? There was a little bit of scrambling that we saw, and at the end of the day, Astronaut managed to come out on top. Craig, you were part of that game. What did we not see on that board that was relevant?
Brian Pravel, I survived that game. All right.
That's what I didn't see.
Yeah. Well, let me just, I know you guys had a lot of fun talking about how I played. That was great. We all enjoyed that.
Well, why did you combo away from Norway? I mean,
zip it, Gray.
Whatever.
In 01, Russia said, I'm opening north. And Germany said, yeah, I think we're going to kill you. And France said, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to kill you. And then in winter of 01, 4 fleets went down between France and Germany, and I lived. I wish I could give you all the finger. I did amazing in that game. Amazing. And frankly, so Snukin and Aslan were so fun to play with. They were fantastic.
Aslan's great.
They don't always take suggestions well. They don't always follow good advice.
Maybe your advice doesn't come off as that good, Craig. Maybe you have to work on your delivery.
Maybe people have to understand that I'm smarter than everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe consider that before you talk to people.
That's how I open all my negotiations as well, Craig. I'm with you.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Can I just say R.I.P. Darcy for trying to play a real game? I don't know what you were doing here, but
All I'm seeing is that Darcy got killed by France and Austria. Who were the biggest powers at the end of the day? France and Austria. Kill Darcy, folks.
Yeah.
It's a winning strategy.
I mean, I just had like almost no agency in that. I would be like offered something. I'm like, you got it. I'll do it. And then they're like, why don't we convoy you out of Eddie? And I'm like, sure.
All right. Well, that was lots of fun. McCallus, we're going to give you a break and perhaps a little taste of that kind of experience that Craig just got. Little spoiler there, a little teaser. So we transition to our next game.
Let's go, Craig.
All right, Katie.
Let's give him crap.
All right. So
look who's
game
in Italy.
287. And
I wonder if there'll be an IT in this game.
Katie, why don't you introduce our players?
All right, in Austria, we've got Paul Soms. In England, Isaac Henderson. In France, Tommy Anderson, making a return to TBN. In Germany, we have Wild, who we've seen before and who I have played with and who is lovely. In Italy, we have Bacallus, who we have seen before and who I have played with and is fine. In Russia, we have Ian Hampton. And in Turkey, we have Ben Kilman. I would say a good mix of new and familiar faces on this board, and I am very excited to see what happens.
I played with Ian Hampton last month. Really good, really fun to play with. Very nice guy.
Great.
Bit stabby.
But is that because it's you, Craig, or because?
No, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right, spring of 1901. Katie, talk us through VDL 287.
Okay, I would say it's standard everywhere except for in France. We have an opening to the channel. So Tommy the Tornado, or whatever it has been, is trying to shake things up because Isaac's got a normal opening. Wild has a normal opening. Literally everybody has a normal opening with the Trieste alone, probably agreed upon between Austria and Italy. I think the channel is the only different move happening on the board. Okay. In the fall, sorry, Tommy, this is kind of mean, but like, it might be an example of why this isn't maybe the best opening. So Tommy has tried to convoy into London, which was easily coverable by Isaac from Yorkshire. So Tommy is still in the channel, which is a good position, but only has one build, right? Only gets Portugal. So France with one build is a little unusual. Meanwhile, England does get Norway. I will say Tommy has Wild on side probably because Denmark taps North Sea. But if I'm in an FG at this point, I would much rather be this German position because you do get Holland and you get Denmark and you at least get two builds and you can sort of, pivot from here. Yeah. Russia gets Sweden and walks into Galicia, which is interesting, and also Romania, while Ben is moving north. Okay, so great. It is an IT, as Craig said, and blah, blah, blah. McCullough, we're all excited for you to have the IT of your dreams convoying into Greece while you tap Serbia. If you're Austria and McCullough is in Italy, do not give him Trieste in the spring. Maybe in the fall. If you really trust him, maybe in the fall, but don't do it in the spring because this is what happens. And I'm really sorry, Paul, because this is a bummer, but I'm going to use you as an example to the rest of anybody who's watching the show. Like, just don't do it. Like, this is a bummer for Austria. It's great for Italy and it's fine for Turkey and blah, 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 but it's a bummer if you're Austria. So this is an IT off the bat.
Two things. Regarding sort of following on with that theme, there are two people who play quite a bit in the hobby that you never give Trieste to in the spring. And one of them is McCallus, and the other one, you can figure that out on your own. But also, this is why the Sea Lion is so powerful. It's Karthik.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but you have to say it for the people. It's Karthik. It's
Karthik Koneth. Never let Karthik Koneth into Trieste in the spring. Or in the fall. Or ever. Even if he's even if he's Austria, don't let him have Trieste. But the point is, this is why the sea lion is so strong. So right now, if the English Channel supports Denmark into the North Sea, then you've got an English army in London, no fleet build, and you can either support Germany into Belgium or have Germany support you into Belgium. Just overall a stronger move than getting bounced out of London here, because now Belgium is unowned. You and Germany are going to have to discuss it again and figure out who's going to go there and who's going to get it. England's going to be trying to say that, well, now I should get it. So it's just a mess.
We've got Isaac in chat giving a little insight into his feelings at this point in the game. So, and Tommy, good to see you back. And I agree. It's this gambling. It's they know that I know that they know that I know that they're going to go there. So you take the risk because you think somebody's going to outguess you. And if you had made it in, man, it would have been a genius move. So sometimes it just doesn't work out when you roll the dice. What does happen though is we get a little bit of escalation between our fleets or our units. We get a fleet in Brest, fleet in London, fleet in Kiel, definitely moving away from the east in the western side of the board. On the east, we've got lots of armies going down, and we're going to find out whether that IT turns into something a little longer term, or if it's short-lived and it just turns into an I. Spring of 02, turning it over to you, Craig.
So staying in the west there, and you see that there's an attempted convoy into Wales, and Isaac, being a very wise player, says, yeah, I can't let you onto my island, and blocks that with York, while taking a shot at dislodging English Channel, but doesn't do it because Germany's still trying to get into the North Sea. And then Brest moves into the mid-Atlantic, and Portugal moves to Spain. Nothing's going on in Scandinavia, and Germany puts another fleet onto the North Sea. In the east, we have a little bit of a shuffle. It looks like Austria is not so happy about that Italy move. I'm not sure why. I mean, I don't know why Austria would feel upset about that. So it takes Trieste back, but at the expense of losing Budapest. But clearly it was like, yeah, Russia, come on, you can have it. But also Serbia gets lost. So Paul is wreaking vengeance upon his target Michalis while allowing RT to just move eastward unabated.
Can I say something
Westward.
really quick?
Westward.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Before you continue, just really quick, I'd like to say something. It's possible that Isaac and Ian in England and Russia are not really vibing that well. It's possible they don't really trust each other. They don't want to like leave Norway and Sweden. But if Isaac's only friend in the north is Russia, which is what it looks like from here, if that's what he's feeling, then I would suggest in general to sort of structure your moves around that. Like maybe have Norway be the mover to north with support from London or something, so that it can't get cut. You know, maybe you can like move. Like I just think that Norway and Sweden just holding there are really missed opportunities.
Maybe like in a game we just saw where England convoys an army in Norway back to the maybe something like that. Maybe
no, there's no army in Norway.
I think there was a different attitude about a move like that I seem to remember.
Yeah, because it was an army in Norway, which it's totally different. I'm just saying if okay, thank you, Brian, for moving it to the fall. And I guess what we're saying is Russia is not England's friend, I guess, is the TLDR.
All right. So we have a little bit of it, as Brandon Fogel would say, an alliance structure shift. Norway takes Sweden with the help of the Germans. Germany goes back to Kiel from Helgoland, saying, yeah, I don't think I'm going to get anything from England here. I might as well move the other way. Tommy, again, tries to convoy to Wales. And does London get into the English Channel here? Because, the channel is not supported. So that convoy never would have went, but does manage to get into Irish Sea. So in the East, but Tommy does have a build coming from Spain, so we'll see what Tommy does with that. In the East, a whole lot of nothing on this one, except that Turkey puts Austria into Greece. And McCollis's dream of the beautiful IT, I think, finally is shattered.
Ew. That's but why did you leave black though, Ben? Just stay in black. Just stay there.
Yeah, what's Russia going to do?
Like, just stay there.
Complain?
Yeah, just stay there.
I
Okay.
mean, it gets another fleet out. Now you've got double fleet power in the south.
Yeah, I suppose.
I don't know.
But why wouldn't Russia then go, well, now I'm going to go to the black?
Well, we'll find out in 1903.
Because good vibes. Because what Russia's going to do is let Romania be pipped. That's an army? Is that an army?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's fascinating. Every time in my entire life that I have seen Russia allow a unit to be pipped by Turkey in some sort of Russia, Turkey, maybe somebody else alliance, it's been the fleet, right? And they piff the fleet to rebuild it somewhere in the north or in Warsaw, somewhere useful. Piffing an army is wild because you could just retreat to Ukraine. So clearly Ben has worked some magic with Ian, and there is I would say, late blooming juggernaut happening. McCollis is reacting by moving to Ionian and out of Albania into Adriatic, out of Tyrolia. I'm pretty sure this is just McCollis saying, hey, Austria, sorry, these people are backstabbers and let's fight them. I don't know if that will work. Meanwhile, in the north, we have Germany moving into, I don't know, is that, what's that space called? I don't know.
The Baltic?
Baltic, thank you. I'm like, I don't know, it's the sea.
How many times have you been North American champion?
So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's a Baltic.
You're a diplomacy player. It's diplomacy that's important, not tactics and
I can't think about tactics.
the names of territories.
So if Germany wants Sweden, they could make a play for it, but I don't really see why Russia wouldn't help England in this case. I guess we'll have to see. Why didn't they bounce? Oh, did Finland go to North Coast?
Yeah, Finland went to North Coast. So my guess is they piffed that army to rebuild it as a fleet in the north and wanted to self-bounce in St. Pete. Not that it's a big deal because St. Pete can just walk back to Moscow or down to Livonia now that there's a problem down there. Yeah.
Okay. So all right. So probably Germany's getting Sweden. I think Tommy in France retakes the channel, right? But has other things to worry about as Italy's back to Piedmont. But Tommy can cover Marseille. I don't know. It looks like a good position here for France.
Yeah, I wonder if that move to Piedmont by McCollis is more defensive to sort of set up to be able to hold on to Venice and keep the Ionian.
I think so. I think so. Oh.
Except you
don't keep Ionian. Which I guess we knew, right? It is 3-on-2.
3 is greater than 2, and I just missed it. Yeah.
3 is a larger number than 2. Yeah. So Ben in Turkey is in Ionian, and McCollis does not support Venice or anything, but does bounce in Marseille. Ben's moves in Russia are interesting. Ben is playing really cautiously, which might pan out for him. I don't know. But he just voluntarily walks out of Romania, right? Maybe to bounce Greece, but I think he knows what Paul's moves are. Everybody in the East who's not McCollis knows what each other's moves are. So he kind of just didn't take Romania to be nice, I guess. Maybe because Wild could guarantee Warsaw. But at some point you've got to say, Ben, you got to get yours. You don't want to be Jason waiting until 07. to make any moves, right? Like you want to get a build, and then you say, "Sorry, Ian, I'm already here, but like I'm going to use it to help you." And then what's Ian going to do about it? Say, "No, I'm going to fight you now." I don't know. It's a pretty good year for Germany. Germany's in Warsaw and France convoys to Wales.
Yeah.
So it's a bad year for England, which is a good year for Germany.
Yeah, I mean, England does. It's a bad year positionally for England. England doesn't lose anything, but has just all sorts of problems on the island now.
But a friend in Russia. I mean, Finland to St. Pete's, South Coast
and
West Coast, whatever that is.
Well, Germany self-bounced in Sweden, so maybe Germany's not so much of a English enemy because Germany could have just taken Sweden.
Yeah, that's true. And if I'm France, I'm not happy about these German moves. That's a good point.
And if I'm England, I'd be like, hey, Russia, help me out with that, that Finnish fleet, which is super helpful going to the south coast of St. Pete that wasn't threatened. Why don't you just throw a support on Sweden and I can do other things?
Yep. You're right, Craig. I never thought I would say this, but you're right.
I hear it a lot.
All right.
All right. Spring of 04. France continues to make a lot of moves for no centers. So that's good for France. France is still going to be hanging out at 5. Rotates fleets to North Atlantic and Irish and takes a shot at London. But I think now, again, I don't think has a guaranteed dot on the island. England moves up into Barents because really Norway is not threatened. And Germany seems to be on side because they're setting up, I guess, to take St. Pete because when Warsaw gets taken by Russia, which couldn't be stopped, Warsaw retreats to Livonia, which puts a whole lot of units on St. Pete.
But don't move to Barent. Well, okay. Sorry. The fleet
I
can't retreat to Norway. I forgot about coasts. Sorry. Continue, Craig.
Yeah. So in the south, because we're kind of in a north-south game here, Italy kind of moves up to Tyrolia there and not really stopped by anything, although Germany drops into Bohemia, which is interesting. Maybe Germany and Italy have come to some sort of agreement that, they're going to try to get an IT back together with Germany's help. Ionian gets taken back by McAuliffe because Greece covers Albania, which allows the Ionian fleet to retreat to Greece, consolidating that Turkish position in the lower Balkans. Well, that's interesting. Wonder why they felt like they needed to go to Albania. I'm going to need help to analyze that one.
Maybe they're worried about a convoy.
A convoy from Venice?
I mean, if Piedmont goes to Venice, Venice can't be taken, so Venice is free to convoy.
Yeah.
But
then you would think Vienna would be moving to Tyrolia. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, or southbounds.
Yeah. I will say, based on my own read of the map and not what the very smart people in the chat have said, Liverpool is guaranteed.
I realize that now, as I did not realize in my own game that we had
you tap York and
watched. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, chat.
Thanks. We're not good at this game.
We're not.
Fall. So surprisingly, Liverpool falls. Huh.
Wait, that's not how I expected it to happen. But
has bent the laws of physics. Yeah, it wasn't how I would have done it.
But it did happen.
And Marseille retreats to Gascony for reasons. And then Sweden goes to Germany. And Germany also takes St. Pete. So I guess Germany is like, well, if England's going down a dot, they might as well go down 2. And I'll take that Russian dot too. And it looks like maybe Barents was thinking they would be getting St. Pete.
Yeah. I think so.
And Warsaw stays Russian, covers Moscow, but Romania takes Bulgaria, and Romania takes Sebastopol. Serbia takes Bulgaria, Budapest. Because I'm bearing the lead, Trieste gets dislodged, but retreats into Serbia.
Yeah.
Greece gets into the Ionian with Austrian support.
This is a great year for Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey
Like,
has had a pretty good year, and
it's pretty great. You're +1 and you're in pretty good position. Romania is right there. You already have naval superiority. Like, this is a great year for Turkey.
Looks like a +1 for lots of people on this board. Not as good for Isaac, who's had very good defense, but finally starting to chip away. It's always difficult when you've got multiple powers at once.
When France has almost no pressure on them and they want to attack England with some just even mild fleet superiority, it's not going to ever go well for England.
All right, winner of 1904. Let's play Who Do You Like? Katie, you get the first call. Who would you like to take over the position to win this game?
I don't know. I would have said Turkey, but I just read McCullough's comment that said that Turkey just stabbed all of his neighbors. So maybe I don't want to be that person. In that case, I would probably pick Germany. Germany has got no threats on their home centers, and I don't think anyone has been mad at Germany. I don't know. Germany's took Warsaw, but like it's probably not a big deal. I've never in my life said I'd like to be Germany, but maybe in this game, I would pick Germany.
Craig, what about you?
I really did not think Katie was going to pick Germany ever. I would have picked Germany. I think I just have to agree. Germany's in a great position, putting one down, and Maya Wild here has done an amazing job of keeping everybody away from her home centers.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if she puts an army down in Munich, like this is really nice. And frankly, could probably just have Norway by the end of the year, and Italy's going down. Excuse me, Italy. Good Lord, England is going down 2. Yeah, Germany looks really good. If not Germany, then probably. Oh God, I hate to say this, France. Tommy has a pretty good position.
I mean, unless McCullough moves west, but like, why would McCullough move west?
A lot of chaos in the east. I'll bet there's more dots to pick up in the east for McCullough than in the west. In the west, what? Marseille and Spain?
Yeah, right.
Maybe,
yeah.
All right, Katie, spring of 1905. Keep it going.
All right. In the west, we've got Tommy convoying to Wales, gonna take London this year, going to Clyde, gonna take Eddie. Does Tommy get all of England by the end of the year? I think maybe. At the same time, we've got Germany taking Norway. I think this is goodbye England. I'm hoping. So this is really interesting, right? Because it's the year that England, well, okay, it's the spring, but I think it's the year that England dies and Germany is moving away from France. And so if this is a turn where Tommy really wants to like decide that he has control of the board, he can move on Germany and maybe take England, maybe just get position, whatever. But like the fact that Germany is continuing to move into Galicia and into Vienna, he's like, they're moving away. So like, that's good for France at least. Vienna is like temporary. I wouldn't be that excited about it, except that there's a lot of arrows in the east, and I'm not really sure what's happening. McCullough retakes Ionian. Austria takes Trieste. Turkey takes Romania in the black. I don't know. Who's laughing? I don't know what you're laughing at, Craig. Go ahead.
I'm laughing at the comments where I'm not sure who Manitoban Empire is.
That's Isaac Henderson.
Isaac says, England. Tommy did not tell me a truthful word the entire game.
Sounds about right.
Sometimes in diplomacy, you got to reach down deep into your dirty, dirty bag of tricks and just get grimy. And that sounds like what Tommy's doing here.
Well, that might be what Tommy does.
Glad you're back, Tommy.
Yep.
Fall of 1905.
If it's still me, then so Tommy does take London and takes Edinburgh. Great position for France. Meanwhile, Italy keeps Trieste, and I think Ionian. it's not so Germany does keep Vienna, which I actually didn't expect. So good for Germany, and also Norway. Is that Germany and Norway?
Mm-hmm.
So Germany is building 2. That's actually very good because Wild is going to need to be able to defend, because the only other dots that Tommy can take in the north are German. Like all of the dots in the north are German that Tommy could take. So Maya's going to want to, defend against that. And then in the east, it's just a lot of chaos. German Vienna, Turkish Greece, Turkish Romania. It's nice for Ben, but like, I don't know. We'll see if the FG continues, and then if Turkey can profit off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I love that move from Irish to Mid-Atlantic. It doesn't look like much, but it's a big move. And if this seems like a place where the FG should just say, we need to stick together because there's more dots for us in the East, which seems pretty chaotic, than there is in us fighting over Belgium and Holland. Like, yeah, they'll flip back and forth, but I mean, I just think the North Sea will be empty. They can just say, let's keep the North Sea empty. If anybody moves to Norwegian or North, it's war, and we can then work on the East together.
So, Craig, I agree with what you're saying, but I do want to throw out an alternate point of view here. If I'm Tommy Anderson, I'm sitting at 8, Wild's at 10. I don't see a world in which I can catch Maya Wild in Germany by moving against McCallus in this position without like some help from Ben or something like that. I don't know if I'd be comfortable with that.
You shouldn't be. You should be attacking Germany.
You could diplome to get thrown a center like Belgium. I mean, you could convoy right over to Belgium. Belgium can walk to Ruhr. I don't know. What is the alternate then to that? Fight over Belgium and Holland?
I think it's cut a deal with McCallus and see if you can get some help there. See if you can get some help from Ben. Like, you got to get some attention from Maya in a direction away from you. I think that Belgium and Holland are easier to get than the Italian centers.
Maybe that could be. They are, but are you going to get more than that?
I don't know.
Well, why do you have fleets or why do you have armies in Eddy in London when you could have put fleets there, right? Like if you're France and you really wanted to continue, you could have just supported the fleets into Eddy and London, and then you have a play on North, and then you are like moving, right? So I think it's a decision to make last season.
All right, so this winter of 1905, it's kind of a crossroads turn. I think our units might tell us a little bit about what our players are thinking. But one of the nice things about Fleet Marseille is it's just as close to the west as it is to the east as far as turns of moves go. Can go both directions, so not necessarily giving things away. Spring of 06, this one goes back to you, Craig.
So it looks like we have just good fences make good neighbors maintenance in the west here. We got a bounce in north that looks very arranged. We got a bounce in Burgundy that is almost certainly arranged, because otherwise France could just support themselves into Burgundy. And south bounce in Spain, which is interesting, and a south bounce in west. So I think Tommy is saying, I don't want to attack anybody. Germany brings armies down towards the Balkans, into Munich, into Silesia, into Galicia. Interestingly, the Russian is supporting the German army into Galicia, which generally, as a Russian, you never want to see a German in Galicia, except maybe in this situation where Germany is supporting your unit in Moscow. And then in the east, again, in the Balkans, we have Turkey taking Serbia with support from both Italy and Romania, which is why the brace doesn't work, because Germany was supporting Austria into Budapest. And then, Turkey rotates the fleet into the Aegean and brings armies up. So in the fall, again, in the west, Tommy parks his fleet in Liverpool and in Brest. This looks suspicious, like maybe they're trying to come to some sort of draw agreement, because Tommy's not making any moves that will take any centers. And again, there's a brace in Burgundy this time, but that again, it looks pretty arranged. Same self bounce or the same arranged bounce in North. Conga line stops in Scandinavia. Not much going on. McAuliffe manages to take Vienna while Germany tries to take Budapest, but that's braced with the Turk moving up from Serbia with filling from Bulgaria. There is a successful convoy across the Black Sea. Katie, you must be so happy.
I'm thrilled. I mean,
this looks so exciting. The only thing that's sort of left now are the Russian dots going to be held? Are they going to be taken? Is there going to be an arrangement to figure out? Oh, but it's 9-9 Germany and Turkey. This could be sort of like, okay, let's draw now.
Yeah.
It looked a little
Arranged,
choreographed. Well,
it's very choreographed. I know that Tommy hasn't played for a while, and he's coming back, but this is I feel like a kind of a waste of this position, like in the sense that, like, in some ways I've definitely been in games where I've had good position and I'm like, this was a fun way to get here and I'm done. I'm good. I don't want to stab my ally. I want to move on. And if that's what Tommy has experienced, that's fine. I totally respect that. But I also feel like this is a really good position and he's sort of just like stopping, right? Like the bounces with Italy weren't even optimal. Like he could have said, no, bounce me in Lyon and in West, right? Like the Italian self-bouncing in Western Med is not anything for Tommy, right? Like he doesn't need that. Like I just think he could have been a little bit more like assertive about his position and realized, like, I have a really good position. I'm going to bounce Italy and maybe like play in the North. Maybe he didn't want to play in the North, you know, maybe he wanted to keep working with Germany and that's fine. Like that's certainly allowed. I've done it. I'm not saying it's bad, but it just feels a little bit like, you know, you're France with all of, you know, the normal French dots and the English dots. And like,
and
this is how the game ends.
You could take, there's orders. You could take North Sea. I mean, you could have taken North Sea at this point pretty easily. Yeah.
Well, if you had put fleets in Eddie and London, it would have been unstoppable. I mean, it would have been an insane position. And instead we've got like, oh, at least it's not Armenia. Sorry, Syria is okay. At least it's not Armenia.
So pushing ahead a little bit, we do see just more movements towards kind of the line. The line structures do seem to be holding for the moment. Let's go into the fall. We continue to see some movement from the east. Looks like they're starting to get a little bit of an advantage on
Germany is retreating. Germany didn't have to necessarily retreat out of Gal. Like, I mean, there's things that could have been done differently. I guess
still feels like we're setting up for a draw.
Yeah,
position,
I agree.
No centers have exchanged. We're still sitting at 998 for another year, but now we're starting to see some movement. Craig, what are we looking at here?
All right, so it's mostly we'll just look at right along the line there. So we've got Galicia being supported into Bohemia for the Turk by the Italians and following up from Rum, which puts quite a bit of pressure on centers like Silesia and even Munich. There's a lot of just perfunctory bounces in the West as before, and I'm not sure why McAuliffe needs to self-bounce in the West. I guess could have just as easily self-bounced in Ionian and had the same effect, but there we are.
Don't question McAuliffe. He'll just have some excuse in the comments about why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. This is not McAuliffe at his sharpest, I think.
So look, this is a position where there's not a lot of action going on, but the moves that you make, like this is a classic stalemate position between a couple of alliances.
Yeah.
For the players sitting in this board, there is a lot of tension here. This could be very exciting. Is someone going to flip? Is somebody going to break? Do I have my tactics right? This is the point where every single time in the game, I'm staring at my orders and second guessing everything to make sure, because the margin of error is so small at this point. If you put in one wrong thing, it can screw up the line for the whole group, and you've got multiple people involved with this, and everybody has to get it in right.
It's so funny, Brian. You're
annoying.
And you're
It's
finding
annoying.
like all this tension and drama, and Katie and I are like,
no.
Come on.
When I'm in this position, I'm freaking annoyed. Who in this game wants to continue? Nobody, based on these moves. I want this game to be done. I want to move on with my life. I'm like, I have gotten the most centers that I can get. Like, why are we not drawing this game? If I'm in this game, I'm irritated. 100%, I'm annoyed. Like,
who is it that is voting down the draw? I'm assuming that there's draws at this
Katie,
point.
how is it that you always have amazing tons of allies and I have none, and you act like this?
Oh my gosh, it's because I have a life outside the game and I don't want to be here when I don't have to be here.
All right.
Oh,
so
we've got, apparently Ben was vetoing.
Yeah,
but
good.
like, you're not making moves.
I mean, what are you going to do, Ben? I mean, you could
do something.
stuff.
So I will also say, like, at this point of the game, sometimes if you're the patient player and you continue to veto, sometimes other people will start to get irritated and start to make mistakes.
Yep,
so
I've done that.
I've 100%. Or attack you. If you figure out who it is.
I have 1,000% just this last a weekend or two ago at DipCon in Denver. I made really, 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 really bad moves or lack of moves because I thought the game was going to end. And I was getting annoyed because no one was voting and blah, 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 blah. It happens and it's valid. And I have made a mistake in that sense, but it sucks. So you have no. Okay, this is what irritates me. Okay, if you're gonna do that, Ben Kelman, I'm talking to you right now, and I'm only talking to Ben Kelman. If it's true that you were vetoing it because you had a position and you could keep moving, you have to actually move and you have to actually take advantage of it, and you can't just keep these people here playing when they don't want to play for no reason. I mean, like, you have to do something.
The problem is it looks pretty locked. Even if Ben
were
to
Ben draw.
I think Chris Kelly's got a very good argument here. And I have done this exact strategy before, where I know there's someone on the other side of the board who, are they going to get bored and want to try something else, try and mix things up? And I have held out longer than I typically would, trying to hope that would happen. But in this case, we do see that Tommy saying, hey, I want to repair my reputation, trying to turn a new leaf. So it's an instance where you have to really understand what is the motivation, not just for the player, because we all have reputations, we all have things, but every day, every time we show up at the board, it's a little bit different. And it's not just the players that you're playing, but it's what is that player today going on? What is their emotion, their thought? What's their mental state at this exact moment? And that's what we saw here. That's why Tommy didn't break. And I do agree with that analysis that Ben was probably gambling on that.
Repairing a reputation just doesn't compute. It doesn't make any sense. Every game is an individual game.
Says Craig.
All right, let's bring McCallus back to the stage. McCallus, that was another fun one. What is the one key insight that we did not see on this board that gives a little more context to that game that you were in?
So the reason Ben, he was doing it publicly, like, didn't even get to the draw phase. He was just open vetoing at the table. But earlier on in it, he had Russia on side. Russia was pushing him forwards and was pushing him right up to the line. And then Russia flipped like a turn, 2 turns before the end, and stopped supporting him. Like, Russia was going to put him into Silesia to get him to take Munich. Russia stopped doing it. He lost Russia. And Ben ummed and ahed about whether to then accept the draw or not. He said he'd take the draw with 1.5 minutes left in that full phase that we saw at the end there. And if he had not taken the draw at that point, I was moving on him with everything. Germany was blowing him up in Bohemia, and he was probably about to have a catastrophic final year of that game. So he made a very wise decision to take that draw at the time that he did. Because once I realized that Russia wasn't pushing him forward, I figured that he would just try and dot me for Vienna for the board top, so I had to move first.
All right. Well, it is time for us to transition to our feature league for the night. And tonight we are going to feature the Snake Pit. Snake Pit being a league that is primarily Australian and Asia Pacific time friendly, but we do have participation from around the globe, including one of our own on this broadcast, Craig Mayer, topping one of the games that sadly we will not be covering tonight. But robbing an opportunity to gloat. But Craig, why don't you give us a little bit of background on this league? What's it like as a player for the Snake Pit?
So, in full transparency, I've only played one game there, and I'm going to probably play in another couple weeks. It is, I think, the main thing about the Snake Pit League, it's a recreational league. It is a fun league. It is not meant to harbor animosity, which I'm not sure why they let me in, but so it's a fun league. It's a game. It's a series of games where you play to have fun, to be interesting, not drama filled. And it's a lot of Australian players and Asia Pacific players, and they play kind of at times that are, that allow the folks on the other side of the world to play easier than they would at like VDL or maybe some of the European leagues. It's really fun. People are really nice. It's a good place, I think, if you have never played virtual. That's a great place to go. It's just pleasant, easy. I don't remember the way the scoring works. So I might need a little help with that.
So the Snake Pit, it's based primarily on supply center count, and each player with the most centers will share 8 points. Each player with the most centers of 1 or less than the most centers shares 5 points. And each player with the most centers, 1 less than the most centers or 2 less than the most centers shares 4 points. So basically it's supply center based, but there is some incentive for keeping the gap close. Each player with the most, survival players in a draw receive a proportion of 10 points based on adding all the survival points of all the players into a draw and eliminated, so a small survival bonus. Solo player who achieves 18 or more centers receives a whole lot of points, and players who are still alive at the time of solo only receive survival points.
And in the chat, Michael is saying that the Saturday game is U.S. friendly, but for those of us in the U.S., that would be a Friday night game. So on the West Coast, that Friday night game starts at 6 p.m. You can do the math for, Mountain, Central, and Eastern time. It is a pretty, and I believe it ends. I want to say it ends in 1909 or 10, somewhere around there.
And then the player's total score for the league is the sum of 5 games or less. It's the sum of all the scores, and greater than 5, it's the top 3 plus double the average of the next 4 games. So, all right, well, let's stop yammering, and we are going to give McCallus a break. McCallus, thank you.
No,
I think it's my turn.
I think it's Katie's.
You're right.
It is outrageous.
Yep. Sorry.
I mean, we can give Collis a break. I mean, I think Brian was trying to say something.
No. It's actually McCallus and Katie. We're giving Craig a break. Is what's going on here. So, Craig, we'll see you in a little bit. And let's
claims he topped a board in this league. There's no evidence.
Allegedly.
All right, so we're gonna look first not at this game. We're actually gonna go to this one. So you get a little teaser of what's coming up next. Snake Pit Season 3, Round 4, Game 2, Board B. And Michaelis, I'm giving you the call for this one.
All right, in Austria, we have a former Asia-Pacific champion. We have Zoe Cameron. In England, we have Nastya Stiles playing out of Britain. So I would imagine this is the Europe-friendly round, timed round. In France, we have James Champion. Don't know where you're from, but welcome. In Germany, we have Isaac Dukes, another Brit. In Italy, we have Justin Law. So maybe this is America friendly. Maybe Justin's just playing through the night as Justin is wont to do. In Russia, we have Mike Blob. And in Turkey, we have Marcus Lone, who I believe won the Asia Pacific Grand Prix equivalent. I think it's the Bismarck Cup last season or the season before. So another established Australian.
All right, we'll get right into Spring of 01.
Okay, Spring of 01, and Zoe Cameron is going to make me say my contractually obligated thing of Vienna has moved to Budapest, and she's either going to top or get eliminated as it's the highest share of both with that opening. It makes a lot of sense because Russia's opened north. So you have DMZ and Galicia, Russia's gone north. Italy has gone to Tyrolia, potentially to screw around with Munich, as we've seen already once tonight. The West is all pretty standard, and Turkey's done the Andrew Goff invented opening of Smyrna to Syria, where you say, I will never be Lepantoed, which is very appropriate for an Australia time zone-based league. Fall of 01, we see another stack of Munich. So Justin making that a trend for the evening. The second Italian to snag Munich tonight. Once again, also going into Tunis, we see Russia taking Romania with the army. Austria feeling a little bit vulnerable, covers Vienna from the Italian there, whilst taking Greece. Bounce in Sweden, and England takes Belgium with French support. So England having a very good 1901, where everyone does things that they like. Oh, and Turkey's in Black Sea, which is nice.
Bounce in Sweden is wild, Isaac. Wild.
We don't see that very often anymore, but it used to be very common. And be curious to see whether that starts coming back or not. Take a quick look at these adjustments, and then going to you, Katie, for the call in the fall.
So yeah, looks like okay. Sorry, I'm really distracted by the German position. It's really interesting because I was in a game at DipCon, North American DipCon, where Germany lost Munich in 01 and then worked with Italy to put Italy into Burgundy and move them out. Not exactly the same as this, but it's really fascinating when like Germany loses Munich and then works with Italy to just be like, get out of Munich. Like, I'll take it back, just get out. Because you could just, yeah. So Justin says Justin was invited into Munich, which is really strange, right? Because like, I don't know. It's just like, you could avoid it. You could just move them out. You could take them in. I don't know, whatever. The point is, Zoe is moving into Bohemia and is doing a nice little dipsy doodle, which means Zoe's doing nothing in the rest of Austria. So thanks, Zoe, for doing nothing. So to Bohemia. And we've got Marcus moving up to Armenia and out into Aegean. So I don't know, like AT nonsense, like rat nonsense, like nothing's really happening. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Justin going to Western Med is interesting though, right? So Italy is going to Western Med and Munich trying to push into Ruhr and moving to Piedmont. So this is Italy saying, let's fight in the West, which is kind of fun and different. But Nastya in England is in North Sea and Skagerrak, and I think it's just saying, I want Denmark. I don't know. Do you read that differently?
Denmark or Sweden, possibly. I mean, France only built armies, so France is very pro-England as well. It's unclear whether England's really working with Germany, though. I think that this whole thing about, like, let's put Italy into Munich, Italy can then work with France against me. You know what could also, to move to Burgundy and to do stuff like that, is a German army that's in Munich. That too is perfectly capable of moving to Burgundy
Right.
And if you don't lose Munich, you can build that army there. It's amazing the things that can be done in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. The counter to that, I think the theory is we do see Justin putting a fleet into West Med and moving into Piedmont. I imagine that was part of the deal here. So it is gaining Isaac some pressure on the southern side of France that would not have happened with his own unit alone.
But France still takes Belgium. Who cares? Sorry, France takes Belgium and England takes Denmark. So yeah, Nastia said, thanks a lot, Isaac. I want Denmark. So it looks like not a lot is going pro-Germany at the moment. Munich is not ordered. Okay, but Italy does get into Aegean and is bouncing in Tyrolia, probably arranged because Venice isn't supporting anything. So it looks like an AI after all this, maybe even an AIR, because Russia and Austria are working together against Bulgaria, even though it doesn't actually go.
Yeah, this is looking very airy, which is unfortunate for Marcus. Interesting that Denmark is pulled off the board when it's dislodged, meaning that now France has 1 fleet and Germany has 0. So can't get much better than this for England.
Yeah.
France is up to 2. Spring 1903, but who cares about a French fleet build in Brest? I can watch a channel anyway, says Nastya. Very nice, very good. Germany is now pushing Munich into Kiel because, again, we'd rather it be green than brown. Okay, Russia is moving on Germany, Austria is moving on Germany, Air are moving to the line, but Air are not really doing what they're meant to do around Turkey, where Marcus has managed to get Justin to feel the need to cover Ionian Sea, and therefore the attack on Turkey is not actually all that strong this turn. Falls back out of Bulgaria, but shouldn't lose anything more than Bulgaria for the time being.
I think that was a guess. That's a guess, right? Like Justin has to cover Ionian in case Marcus goes there.
Yeah. It's why it's just not ideal to have fleets attacking France and Turkey at the same time, basically.
Yeah.
That's fair. Just I don't think it wasn't like Justin was like, oh, I don't trust Zoe. I think it was still.
Oh, yeah. No, it's Turkey, not against Austria. If you really trusted Zoe, you might have had Zoe cover it while you stay in Aegean, or there are probably better ways to go about it. Like Greece could have gone to Aegean in the hope that you can at least swap the unit that's there. There's a few different ways. I think it's not the most efficient method, but it's great for Marcus. Fall of 03, Marcus doesn't retake Bulgaria, but as said before, doesn't lose anything else. And Justin, now having had to cover Ionian against the Turk, has to cover Tunis against the French. And all of a sudden, all of the fleet pressure against Turkey has kind of just gone away. Like, they're in Black Sea, they're in Aegean Sea. The only hostile fleet that can do anything is Greece, I guess. So, but Italy's not building. They have kept Kiel, but they haven't kept Munich. So this is pretty good for Turkey. Like, a best case scenario, Russia gets Berlin, which is nice for them. Germany is sort of being collapsed in on, loses Holland to the French, with England backfilling, which is nice from the EF to do it in a way that gets their units best forward position, even if the borders look a little bit hideous for now. And Italy's attempts to snag mid-Atlantic Ocean have gone nowhere as France gets into it now. Fleet Trieste. Don't see that very often.
Let's go, Zoe.
First Fleet Trieste of the night, and this is because there are no hostile fleets doing anything to Turkey, right? This is I have to build a fleet in Trieste. You've had to go and fight France, Justin. I need a second fleet.
To Albania. Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right, so Zoe moves down to Albania. I think Coulson's right. This is, let's eventually get in position against Turkey. In the north, we've got AI still working together to have Italy take back Munich while England follows into Kiel. Now there's a German army in Tyrolia, and they're going to have to sort of probably cover their home centers. But Nastia in England has convoyed into Holland, and James in France has moved into Ruhr. So, if if France and England are still working together, which it looks like they are, even though Nastia is in the channel, still looks like they're working together, then I think we can expect to see Kiel go probably English, and then I don't know. I just think there's going to be more cooperation up there. I guess it's just 2-on-2 in Western Med at the moment.
This is just everything coming up England, really. Like, especially if Russia isn't hostile.
Yeah, they're being nice though. Well, they're being nice by walking out of Holland, but they do have to fill MAO because obviously somebody has to be an MAO, so might as well be England, which is kind of fun. They move a fleet into Denmark, which is great because you don't want an army there, and then their army is in Kiel. Sort of sets up opportunities to play for Munich next season. Yeah, it is coming up England, but it looks pretty arranged to where they're not being too threatening and they can sort of just have this position. In the south, Mike has moved to Armenia, but covered Sevastopol, which is kind of weird.
She doesn't have a build, so it's not to put a fleet in there. It's just to try and shift Turkey out of Black Sea, I guess.
Yeah.
There's a very inefficient Austrian order set there. Like Albania to Ionian, Greece to Aegean is just not it. Like, just support yourself to Ionian, get the unit down there so that you can swing round. By doing it this way, you just allow Turkey to block both moves with one unit, which is never.
Well, like, why isn't Tunis supporting you to Ionian?
It's defending Western Med because France had 2 on it.
Oh, Tunis is defending Western Med. Okay, fair.
Yeah. This might be why you don't want to support yourself to Ionian, though, because instead you're maybe looking in the other direction. You're not really looking at Turkey after all. So in this position, Zoe has gone to Ionian Sea, backfill Greece with the army, which kind of says, well, maybe I'm not going for Turkey after all.
Why? Zoe, why are you doing this? Zoe, if you're attacking Italy, just like go to Adriatic. Why are you doing this?
You could say it's a disguised one, or maybe Italy has said, I need you to come and help me, but I don't know. I think it's hard to see how Ionian can help Italy while Turkey is still in Aegean, because Turkey isn't going to want to help Italy. But elsewhere on the board, good guesses from Marcus elsewhere. Makes an attempted convoy to Seth that doesn't work, but doesn't leave Black Sea when Russia tries to slide into it. So very nice from Marcus there. And beyond that, EF failed to take Munich, but continued to shift some units around. It's quite interesting that Russia is defending Munich against the EF, but England doesn't want to attack Russia to do something about it. So some interesting little tap dancing going on up there.
Yeah, Marcus Lone, 2 turns in a row with really good guesses, good defense.
Fall of 05, Zoe said, you know what, maybe I'm not going to attack Italy. I'm going to pretend to be helping them, but hey, Turkey is tapping Ionian Sea, so it doesn't help at all. But we have finally put the 2 fleets next to Aegean about a year later than we probably should have. Marcus once again makes the correct guesses. This time he self-bounces in Ankh, so he doesn't lose the guess anywhere. The only winning move from Russia would have been a hostile support. So Marcus is doing an exceptional defensive job in this game. Not a lot is happening elsewhere on the board, so I'm just going to keep giving kudos to Marcus for not dying. Well done, this is great. And everyone else, there's some small EF progression into Lyon, and that's about it. There's now a threat of a convoy to Tuscany as well. That's what the Gascony to Spain move sets up. So Italy has quite a lot of issues now.
Nope. Oh, but Italy thought. Okay, so yeah, so Justin thought maybe there would be a convoy to Tuscany, covers that, and in the process, probably unavoidably anyway, it loses Tyrrhenian Sea. So I think that Tunis is guaranteed for the EF next year. A lot of bounces in the East with Austria taking Aegean. I don't know. Interesting that Austria is still fighting Turkey when we've got the EF coming like into Italy. So we'll see how that pans out.
Well, Turkey was still cutting Ionian, right? So Austria couldn't.
You guys are, for me, you guys are gone. I don't know if this is my
you're still
internet.
here for me.
Yeah, we've still got you, Katie.
Okay, sorry, you're back. Sorry, internet's being weird.
Yeah, so Turkey was still cutting Ionian Sea, so there still wasn't a like a defense of Turanian or Tunis on there. So Turkey was just doing what they could to push EF forward, which makes sense. And once again, brilliant guess from Marcus. This time he covers Ankara with the army, which bounces out the fleet, which means that he keeps Constantinople despite Austria trying to backfill it. So Marcus this has been one hell of a defensive job.
All right. So my question, fall of 1906, do we think that Nastya is looking for James to maybe push forward, get those, get a fleet, or sorry, get like Marseille into Piedmont, Spain into Marseille, and then just kind of slip into Spain and take Holland and kind of go get some, become the new France, basically? Or do we think that they are intending on working together?
I don't think. I know Nastya is not the kind of player. Nastya is not a very stabby player, so I'd be surprised if they're just setting France up to fail here. I think Nastya is going to try and work with France and possibly also with Russia. I wouldn't be surprised if this game draws soon. It's hard to see how anyone grows except through Italy at this point.
All right, fall of 06.
I think that's you, Katie.
Oh, sorry. So France does take Tunis and moves into Piedmont. So you're right. It is through Italy, but Italy is moving through Austria by taking Trieste. So, maybe that's how it happens. Everyone just shifts east slowly and the EF follow behind, or the ER follow behind, or whatever's happening, because there's clearly like a England-Russia friendship here. A lot of nothing happening in the east, which I think just means continued good guesses for Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, what an order set that is. Like, blocks Ankara with the army whilst defending Com by a supported attack in. Chef's kiss. Like, this is quite possibly defensive masterclass of the year. Like, I don't think I've seen a defense this good for this long for a very long time. And if Marcus ends up getting eliminated at the end of it, I'll be very sad. And shame on you, Micah and Zoe, because he deserves to live from this. This has been brilliant.
Oh man, Zoe and Micah are two players that have won majors, and they know how to play this game. So that just makes it all the more impressive. And it's got to be so frustrating for the two of them. I've been in this situation where I'm the one who's making the wrong guesses over and over against a 3-center power. It's like, come on, I just want to crack through. It can be a little demoralizing. Winner of 06, take a quick look there. And it's not inconsequential to have that adjustment in Budapest, that disband. Otherwise, everything else is pushing forward. Spring of 07, back to you, McCullis.
That's quite a risky thing to pull. Micah has a lot of power on this board all of a sudden. See whether she uses it in spring. Would expect her to use it in spring anyway. That would be a full move, I think. But in spring, we see finally they've managed to shift a unit of turkeys out of position for the first time all game. They've this time tried to move to Cobb, but that hasn't worked. But they have put Turkey into Ankh, which means that Smyrna should come full. So France is in Ionian and could screw with that. So this is not guaranteed at all. Elsewhere, England is in Lyon for reasons that I'm not entirely sure about. But it doesn't look hostile to France. It just doesn't seem. Maybe they're trying to set up a convoy, but I don't think that was really ideal. They do make space for France coming to Western Med, though, I guess. So it's not the worst. And there's still just this stalemate in the north.
Yeah, convoy attempt.
And finally, in 1907, after being aired for basically the entire game, Turkey has lost a home centre. Austria has taken Constantinople, which is ironic because that one actually could have been defended. But Turkey has blown up the Russian fleet in Armenia at the same time, which means that they can now safely leave Black Sea if they choose to, which means that they are slightly better defensively for holding Ankara, but not ideal still. And there's still not really anything happening elsewhere. France is now into Mediterranean Sea, and Italy is being pushed back on the line.
Okay, so Turkey continues to fall. We've got Austria pushing into Smyrna. I think all of Turkey will be Austrian by the end of this game. At the same time, we've got Naples falling to France. So yeah, the EF just continue to make progress. Nastia convoys to Holland. I think it won't help them with Munich. I think if Russia is still sort of holding the line, there's still a line in the north unless Nastia wants to full on attack Scandinavia in the north, which so far they're not doing. Yeah. In the fall, we've got Marcus putting up more of a defense, still hangs on to Ankara, so Marcus is not dead yet. Micah moves into Budapest, which probably is a stab because probably they were going to bounce in Bulgaria, maybe because Micah's also moving back to Galicia from Silesia. So maybe this is Micah saying, hey, Zoe, we were great friends, but I do want your dots. That's my guess. It was a stab.
It's always a risk after that army in Budapest came off the board, though, right? Like this just opened the door for Russia to do that at some point in this game.
Yeah, but just because, okay, no. Let's not victim blame here, okay? Just because you don't have any good options and you have to pick the person you trust the most doesn't mean it's like justified when that person stabs you. But
I think there were perfectly valid disbanders that were not Budapest that could have been done, though. I think that like Bohemia has been there to prop somebody else up. I'd rather prop me up or not follow through on Turkey.
Great. Oh. Then what you're saying is I don't care about the EF and I'm going to support myself. And then you're saying other people don't need to care about the EF. They need to support themselves. But I think what Zoe did was say, hey, we're all against the big enemy on the board. And you guys should all support me.
Worked?
And it didn't work. No, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't valid. Like, just because Zoe was punished for it doesn't mean it wasn't a noble cause.
No, but I mean, aside from, like, let's say Micah doesn't walk into Budapest. Like, France has still taken all the Italian dots. Like, has propping Italy up actually worked? I would argue the answer to that was that Italy was fighting a losing cause.
I don't think it's Italy. I think it's just
maybe at a certain
England.
point you need to cut your losses with Italy there.
I think the problem, I think Zoe's problem was that she was supporting Munich, right? It wasn't Italy. It was supporting Munich against England. And the problem is that England and Russia aren't fighting. So like Zoe's problem isn't, like I'm trying to fight the EF. It's that there's also an ER that.
So what you're saying is that disbanding Budapest and trusting the Russia that's not fighting your enemy was the right thing to do, right?
What I'm saying is that Zoe's view of the board was that there's an EF, there's a problem, and Micah didn't agree with that. And Micah said, "I'm actually part of the ER, and I'm gonna stab you." Like, I don't know.
Well done, Dr. Gray. I also want to give everyone a little bit of context because we've got Nastya, James, and Micah all continuing to share this top snake pit games. No game starts after 5 hours from the game start. So it is likely we could be getting closer to the end of the game. Will somebody try to make a move on the other to kind of overtake for the lead at the end? So we go into spring 1909. We'll find out.
All right, spring 1909. There's an all-out war against Russia from everyone else. and France gets Munich and Rome. So great turn for James. Will this be balanced out by giving a dot to England? Potentially, Lyon can go and slide into Tunis for their nice friendly little shared top if that's what they choose to do. And Russia's going to have a tough time defending Budapest in full, but it's going to be hard to both take Budapest and cover Vienna unless Italy is moving into all the dots. So yeah, not ideal. Okay. Russia does defend Budapest and Romania, and nothing else changes except Italy gets back into Venice. That's quite a relevant move, actually. That means that France loses one, is only +1 for the year, and then when they give that little friendly dot to England, it actually means England has the lone top because of that loss of Venice. So Nastya has threaded the needle successfully.
Yeah.
And that is where it ends. We have a lone top for Nastya Styles in England, from England, in England. And Michalis, how did this happen?
This happened because France thought they were going +2 and they were wrong, and England had stayed loyal all game. France was like had agreed, whatever. I don't know who suggested it, obviously, can't know the press behind it, but there was obviously an agreement to share the top, and France was the one who all the rest was on in that agreement. So it's really nice for England when that works out and they get the lone top as well. Very nice for them and everyone else. But basically what actually happened in this game was just a big transfer of dots from Turkey to England and France, which is quite weird and unusual, but was sort of what happened in this game. The EF just marching on because there was no real war between ER at any point.
Because England didn't have any enemies. Like, who was Nastya's enemy in this game? Maybe Germany, and that's why Nastya's in Holland and Kiel and Denmark, right? But like all of the other dots that England owns are England or neutral. Like, Nastya had no enemies this game. And if you have no enemies, you're probably going to top the board. Like, I feel like that's just...
And the most important thing, though, is Turkey survived. Good job, Marcus. Well done.
Yeah, he did.
Absolutely. And James's first virtual face-to-face game. James, well played. Nice. A little bit of some signs of talent there. So hope to see you on a board again. That was a lot of fun. And let's see. Now it is time to give Katie a break, and we're going to bring Craig back on. Katie, thank you. Craig, welcome back. What do you say we get to the next game? And we are looking now at Season 3, Round 5, Game 1, Board A. And Craig, I'm going to give you the call for this one. Why don't you introduce our players?
Classic DBN right here.
All right. You are officially a member of the team now, Craig, coming in on mute. Well done.
All right. In Australia, we have Stefan Kumar, whose name I've seen quite a bit, obviously playing well with his 14th place there. In England, the aforementioned Jason Gray out of Australia. And in France, we've got Michael or Mikel. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I've seen Mikel playing before. Michael. And then in Germany, we have somebody whose name looks very Egyptian / perhaps Greek to me, but I can't pronounce it, out of Canberra. Italy, Baz, which I've also seen that name quite a bit. And in Russia, we've got another player. And in Turkey, we've got Maya Wild, who we've seen quite a few times tonight and has always done well.
Yeah.
Darcy is the returning champion here.
Yeah. And one call out. I don't believe I've got every single game loaded. So take the place scoring with grains of salt. I don't believe that it's accurate. Also, I think the way that I've got it loaded into the system right now is this is based off of the end of March or something like that. So ignore the placing for the purpose of these snake pit games, just because I cannot validate its accuracy.
And I apologize to the German player because clearly that name is pronounced Potassium Phantoms. So excuse me.
That makes a lot of sense. All right. Spring of 1901. Craig, go for it.
All right. So England, we have an amazing opening. We got London going to the Channel, Liverpool going to Wales, and Eddie going to North, who says to France, I think I'd like some of your dots. France opens Brest to the Mid-Atlantic, Marseille to Spain, and gets bounced out of Burgundy. Germany, the rest of the German orders are pretty standard. Russian orders are, again, fairly standard, except that Warsaw goes to Ukraine and Moscow tries to backfill Sev, maybe thinking there was the Armenian fist bump, and doesn't get into the Black Sea, so therefore Moscow stays where it is. Gal was DMZ'd, which is interesting. And then instead of Vienna going to Budapest, we got Vienna going to Trieste. Stefan saying to Baz, yeah, I'm not giving you Trieste in this game. And Italy opening very standard, Apulia and Ionian.
When you DMZ Galicia as Austria, you're really hoping Russia opens north with Moscow. You really don't want to see Moscow staying in the south. So I'd be feeling a little bit nervous if I'm Stefan already.
But is this worse than if Warsaw either holds or does something different? I mean,
no,
Moscow to Sev is
the Moscow to Ukraine, yeah.
Of the options is the best, yeah.
You'd still, I think, rather it had gone up to St. Pete, though.
All right, it does end up going up to St. Pete. Moscow just goes up there a little bit later, and Germany lets Bothnia into Sweden, perhaps by the that even though Galicia was DMZ'd, Russia didn't open north, so maybe got away with it there, but can't build in St. Pete now. Russia puts the fleet into Romania, which is a little anti-Austrian, as Venice from Turkey slides into Trieste, and Albania does get into Greece, but as a thank you to getting Trieste, Italy moves into the Aegean, while Turkey moves Ankh into Khan and Smyrna into Armenia. In the west, we've got an uninhibited convoy from Wales into Belgium. Could be arranged because Brest was not covered and Burgundy was bounced. So that looks choreographed between E and F to me. And France picks up their 2 standard builds in Iberia. And we sort of talked about Germany letting Russia into Sweden and taking Holland.
It's curious when England's open to the Channel and Germany is not sniping at Burgundy, that France puts the fleet into Spain's south coast, which is usually very anti-Italian, and putting the army in Portugal strands it a lot further away from the rest of your dots. This leaves France very vulnerable next year. Two fleets go down from the bridge. Also, Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London, Fleet Berlin. This is an EG, and France, yeah, I think is going to quickly regret that army in Portugal being where it is. That is about as bad as that build phase could have gone. It's also just in the way, like Marseille, if you want to swing it round to fight England, now you can't do that while getting Portugal out. Like, one of your units is bottlenecked. It's really unfortunate to have worked out that way. Spring of 02, here you go. Here's the EG moves into Picardy, into Irish Sea, not into Burgundy yet, but there's a move backfilling Belgium that can probably then walk into Burgundy and fall. France has no response. Marseille is in Lyon because, as I said, there was the annoying bottleneck, so that fleet is a turn late to get to where you want it as well. Fortunately for them, England hasn't already lined 3 up on mid-Atlantic Ocean. There was a little bit of a lack of distrust, and they have had to cover North Sea, so hasn't been fully punished, and you will now be able to get the fleet out to at least protect mid-Atlantic next turn, but the army position is kind of screwed a bit. In the east, meanwhile, we see AIR moves everywhere. Bulgaria is taken by the Austrian, Russia slides into Black Sea, Italy is kicked out of Aegean Sea but just retreats to Eastern Med. This is a big AIR against Maya in Turkey.
Yeah. And I mean, it looks like Russia is going to do just fine as it slides those armies up, and we'll probably put Sweden into Norway here and say to Germany, take Sweden and I'm going to help you against whatever you want to do.
Yep. Yep. There you go. Russia takes Sweden. does lose. No, Russia takes Norway, does lose Sweden to the Germans, who do also go to Bothnia, though. So I think Germany has made it quite clear that they are very much on Jason's side. England, they also walk out of Belgium to take Burgundy. There's a little bit of a dipsy around Mid-Atlantic Ocean, where Irish Sea gets into Mid-Atlantic Ocean at the expense of English Channel. This is much worse for France than it is for England. You now have to cover the Iberian dots forever. This is quite a problem. And like English Channel, it looks nice, but you don't even have a convoy threat against it. London can be blocked very easily. It's not ideal. However, England does have a disband from losing Norway, so it's going to at least make that disband a little more annoying, especially as it would probably be Norwegian coming off the board. The East is just constant air stuff. They blow up Aegean Sea now. Italy finally takes Tunis. Russia's in Armenia, just as you'd expect.
So staying in the West, we've got England taking back Norway from the Russians, who get into Sweden, but only because Germany has decided to blow up that army in Finland, which I suspect will not remain. That fleet in Finland is not going to stay there. It's probably going to come back. And then England moves back up to North Atlantic, while France decides it needs to take the Mid-Atlantic back. And Germany decides that English supply center in Belgium is better in German hands. That's interesting.
I think it's to cover it against the French fleet in Channel.
Maybe, yeah. But
this
you
is huge.
You don't need to support it in there, do you?
No, probably not. But we'll see whether they follow through or not. I mean, and then if you're attacking England, you're not going to Finland, but
yeah. In the East, the air just continues with a little bit of movement to the line by AI, and then Russia takes Ankh. And then I'm assuming if they stick with it, unfortunately, Maya may be short for this world.
If Darcy holds on to Ankara and all of that down there, this is pretty crucial for him, actually, because he's got massively outmaneuvered in the north there. Like, that Finland blow up is horrendous.
Yeah.
You could lose Norway, not keep Sweden, and lose St. Petersburg here feasibly with the right order set from EG. So this could be a catastrophic turn in the north for Darcy.
I mean, I can't imagine why they wouldn't do that. There's no way to stop those two moves.
Wait, there's some guesses on what you bounce, but
unless you misorder.
Yeah, if you put Bothnia was cut anyway. Bothnia was cut anyway, so it didn't matter,
okay.
But the other problem with if this had gone through is if Russia loses everything in the north and there's an air, Russia loses all use to the air, right? So you need
it becomes
to have to play in the north. But I'll let you go through.
And then so Russia takes Khan with support from Austria. Smyrna is taken. Oh my goodness! So Austria is dead here, right? In fall of 2003, Austria is no longer on the board. Sorry, Maya, that didn't work out well. Looks like Italy is gifted Greece, but Austria takes Trieste back. That must be an exchange that was planned. And then there's a bounce in Piedmont. And then in the sort of the northern Midwest, not much is going on. A lot of red arrows, a lot of bounces. That army in Tunis is proving as useful as an army in Tunis often does. Can't support anything.
This is, I mean, it's kind of Western Tripoli now. They've given up on the attack on France, having been on an EG before now. This thing where Italy and Austria just swapped Trieste and Greece. I'm going to go out. I don't like that. Like, I get you're Austria, you want your home centre back, but what this has done is meant that the Italian fleet has moved in the wrong direction for the war against France. You want that fleet moving west. If they're fighting France, you want their units moving west. And if they're not fighting France, you still want their units moving west. You're Austria. You want to move it away from you. You don't want to drag them into you.
And it forces Italy's hand to kind of build an army in Venice here to just be like, oh my God, I need to protect something because what's going on? And that is not what you want as Austria either. You want Italy to be putting down a fleet in Rome/Naples here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it's like, oh, I need my base
Oh,
at the back.
still
I don't
did.
think it was the priority. Yeah, I mean, you get the fleet in Rome, but I'd still rather, like, you want 3 fleets to go west against the French. 2 fleets are not going to win a war against the French.
Right. But also, I don't know that Italy, I don't know if I would have, I don't know. That's a tough spot to be in as Italy because now you're very vulnerable to Austria as a stab here. Because you could lose Greece and Venice this year.
You can convoy Tunis back to Tuscany.
Yeah, Baz needs to make that convoy this turn, I think.
But then what you're doing with the fleet in Rome while you do it, this isn't really ideal. And there you do it.
There it is.
So spring of 04, and Austria pulls the trigger on Italy by going, you know what, maybe you're not useful to me after all. Walks into Venice, walks into Greece, Russia walks into Smyrna. This is now an AR. Cool, good effective moves from them. And well, France isn't going into the bed, so France is going to try and give Italy space to fight against it, but the unit composition is awful for the defense. Elsewhere, we see moves around that Russian fleet that's in the Baltic that is continuing to pester the EG that has been going on for most of this game. It's now in Kiel, and it's not very easy to kick out of Kiel because Russia isn't in Germany's not in Berlin anymore because they've supported themselves to Prussia. But you do have an English in Denmark who can help you take Kiel back, but then you're giving Denmark to England, so a little bit of awkwardness still. There is, however, a very nice convoy of Sweden into Bothnia to put the army in St. Pete rather than the fleet. That's a very nice little tactical move that EG cooked up there. Kudos for that. And France in Picardy and Burgundy, I don't think this is a Western triple. I think France is out for revenge, and I think that Germany is potentially in a bit of danger here.
So wouldn't you have put Mid-Atlantic into English Channel there if that's what was going on?
I don't think I'd want to fight both. I think I'd only want to fight one, and I think you've got a good chance of taking German dots.
Yeah, you could probably. Yep, there it is. You're right.
Yeah, so takes Belgium with support, and England has to. I have to stay in Denmark. It's the only way you take back Kiel. And oh no, Germany, you're going down too. I'm really sorry. And yeah, this is now quite a nice position to turn it into an EF from here as well. Like Germany is now in a lot of danger. They do some more stuff around Prussia, Livonia. Russia blows up the German army in Prussia, whilst Germany backfills Livonia, but also does at least still capture St. Petersburg, moves Finland to the correct coast this time, very relevant. Italy is just battered everywhere, so they don't retake Venice. They do not retake Greece. They do lose Aegean Sea, and France has come into Piedmont and Western Med to bail them out.
Mm-hmm. This is just, I like this set of English moves, kind of genius. Like, looks like you're helping, it looks like you're helping Germany. Kind of like you're helping France as well by not doing anything against Belgium. Very nice.
Yep.
All right, winner of 1904, probably about halfway through. We've got a tie for board top right now at 7 centers between Austria and Russia. Not so sure that the board position feels that those are necessarily the powers in the lead. Spring of 1905, we'll find out whether things are going to adjust. Back to you, Craig.
So in the West, we've got England trying to move westward further, but it's pretty much stymied by everything. France shifts down into the Med by walking into Tunis and shifting both fleets in a beautiful conga line into West and Mid-Atlantic, and also just says, you know what, I'm going to walk up to Holland and Belgium, and I think that should kind of be able to hold that. I don't think that can be taken back. So possibly it can if England and Germany work together. A lot of red arrows in the north there. There was an attempted convoy of Livonia back to Sweden. Germany must have sniffed something out there. And but that bounces, and Livonia is blown up by the Russians forcing back into Livonia from Prussia. And then in the Austrian Balkans area, Bouncin Khan looks arranged. Aegean gets into the Ionian while the Ionian moves into Apulia, and they're setting up to try to maybe push France back a little bit, while Italy looks like it's doing its best just to kind of survive, contracting its position back onto the toe of the boot.
What a comeback this has been from Michael Gala in France after that really awful 1901. Has turned this around brilliantly, held off EG tactically for a bit, and has now suddenly put himself in a position where he's challenging for the board top in this game and has a lot of friends on the board. So this is really, really good play. Well done, Michael.
Fall of 05, yeah, Holland actually does fall, but gets a retreat into Helgoland, which could prove
that was a move, so I think it was all agreed.
The problem is, though, that Munich has walked into Burgundy, and then the rest of the French units essentially hold. Tunis throws a support that wasn't accepted. We've got movement to the line from Russia and Austria. We were in Silesia and Bohemia, setting up on Eastern German centers, and not much else going on. We've still got that AR cooperation, it looks like, with a planned bounce and con. Attempted shot at St. Pete that doesn't go.
There's some nice stuff in the far north where Norway support holds St. Petersburg despite being at war. Like, England is fighting Germany, but also supports them in St. Petersburg, being like, I know we're fighting, but it's really bad for me if Russia takes St. Petersburg. I'm going to help you defend St. Petersburg for now. I really don't want Russia getting back into there, and that's good strategic thinking. The sort of thing that although good players,
Germany,
you can get to do that.
Germany supported England into that. What France had Holland, and Germany supported England into that. So maybe there was some newly found détente between those two.
Yeah, but they've only been fighting a year. Maybe they've managed to get back on the same page quite quickly. That's a good point. Yeah. Maybe not. All right. So Spring of 06. So this is
why we love this game.
Yep. England is sending everything into Germany, so takes Kiel with French support, takes Sweden with their own support. Germany gets to retreat into Denmark, but it is with an army and it is surrounded. So that's not ideal. They're also blown up in Berlin by the Russian, and Austria has walked into Munich, and Russia has taken St. Petersburg. So this is presently a -5 for Germany if they don't hold on to Denmark, which there is quite a good chance they won't. So that's rough. K Phantom, sorry. Elsewhere in the south, France takes Ionian Sea with the Italian support. Austria gets into Piedmont, which doesn't really... Actually, it does matter because there is potential GA cooperation on Marseille if Munich was agreed. So... There's chances for Germany to not die, but not ideal.
I would think it would probably be in Austria's best interest to do what they can to help Germany survive here.
Sure.
They're
certainly not allied with France that's in Ionian.
Yeah, you get that developed unit. Like if you have an army in Marseille that you didn't have to put down back in Vienna or Budapest, that's great.
Fall of 06, we've got Darcy Morris kind of on the back foot, but seeming to find a way to stabilize and perhaps even push back a little bit this turn.
Yep, Fall of 06, England does recapture Denmark. Really good year, I think, for Jason Gray as well. Also, Germany is not dead because they have retaken St. Petersburg once again with the support of the English. Like, Jason Gray has been playing some very good strategic moves in this game. Being able to work with someone while fighting them is a difficult skill, and a lot of people can miss that there's opportunities to do that. Big shout out to Jason and to K Phantoms for both managing to do that and be clear-headed enough to go, yeah, we're going to fight over here, but up here we'll cooperate. And that's some high-level strategic thinking. Elsewhere, there's a brace on Marseille. So Michael Gala, again, showing that he's no slouch in this game. Another impressive turn from him. There was the attempt to put Germany into Marseille, but he saw it coming and blocked it. So Good, well done, love it. Does get kicked out of the Ionian Sea because it does look like Italy has flipped on him. Up until now, Italy's been working with him, but all of a sudden, Italy perhaps going, you're getting a bit too much, a bit too close to me. I don't like it. You're probably gonna kill me. Not sure that's the correct read. I think that Austria being in Tuscany and Venice is much worse for Italy than France being in Tyrrhenian and Ionian. But the Third Fleet coming down will scare the Italians, so there is that danger.
Yeah, I've over the last year I've played several games on the same board as Jason Gray, and I'm always impressed by his ability to diplome. Now, if you stab him, he becomes a zombie who wants to eat your brains, but if you can keep him, you don't even need to be his best ally. He will work with you in one place and fight with you in another place. It's actually really fun to play with him. So spring of 07, we're seeing England. This is interesting. England is moving with French help to take more centers, like in what would be the German home centers, by convoying to Denmark, moving down into Kiel and Ruhr, and also moves fleets into Bothnia and Sweden, continues to hold St. Petersburg against a potential attack. And then France is moving sort of towards England here, although Brest goes to mid-Atlantic, not the Channel. Picardy comes up, Paris comes up to Picardy, and Marseille to Burgundy, though I think that may be more against a defense against possible Austrian intrusion into there, and then moves forward into the Med by taking Tyrrhenian Sea. Not much is going on in the east. We've got a cheeky little move from Smyrna to Caen, although probably not something that Austria needs to worry about, as Greece can cover Bulgaria. But Moscow moves down to Sev, knowing that there's a fleet in St. Pete that may never, ever, ever, ever move.
It might move when England takes St. Pete this turn.
Yeah, but it'll be with another fleet, right? Unless there's a convoy I'm missing. I don't think so, yeah.
It's also a good chance that England does this. Yeah, it just takes Baltic.
So England takes Baltic, and Germany retreats to Livonia, or excuse me, Russia retreats to Livonia. There's an odd move from St. Pete to Barents, which not a legal move if I remember the rules correctly, but Norway tries to go to St. Pete. Despite that, maybe there was like some agreement that Potassium Phantoms was going to move out of St. Pete to give it to Jason, but that didn't happen. In the center of the...
I've made that move, and I can confirm it is not valid.
It's not valid. Okay. Thank you, Brian. In the center of the board, a lot of red arrows, not a lot going on. We've got Russia trying to get into units or into centers, and EF trying to do the same, nothing moving. Bounce in Marseille. And I don't know, Mid-Atlantic's going to Gascony for reasons why they're not going to Western Med, but maybe they want to stay back in case England gets cheeky. Then we've got Austria taking Naples. This is fall, so it looks like we have to say goodbye to Baz in Italy. Well played, which allows Russia to retreat to the Aegean while it moves into Bulgaria. That's interesting. I don't know.
I think it's by agreement because Austria's taking both Italian docks.
Yeah, maybe to get one, but that puts 2 on Greece that can't be defended.
Yeah, it's definitely better for Russia than it is for Austria. But I mean, Italy and France both paid the price there for.
Darcy puts down a fleet in Sev.
It's fun. The thing is, we know these games are time limited, so that's really too late for it to make a meaningful impact in the Med.
I mean, it's 2 years from getting into the Med.
Yeah, but it may be able to make a meaningful impact against Austria, so that's not irrelevant. But yeah, Italy and France last year really paid the price for that year where things broke down between them before they've been working together to keep the AR back. One turn, all it took was one turn where that sort of cooperation just didn't happen, and Italy's dead. Like this was the cost of that one turn of failed diplomacy between the two of them.
talking last game about the knife's edge that the stalemate line can be, and you're seeing the effect of that in this game in right before you.
And Katie is saying in the comments that Jason is actually very chill. Not sure that's why his reputation is. Just stab him once, find out how chill he is.
Some of us try not to stab people, Craig.
Oh, why? I mean, it's the only part of the game that's enjoyable.
Craig showing his skills as a surgeon is not just limited to the operating room.
I mean, everybody lives.
All right. Spring 1908, those two fleets are actually just going there to make Austria feel comfortable, which sounds all very nice in theory, but actually has just let France back into Ionian. So not sure that was the most effective use of units, but we do know there's a time limit soon, and maybe they are pushing to the end of that time. Other than that, there's not a lot of moves anywhere. France has slid into Brest, but it's unlikely there's enough time to do anything, and there you go. Draw.
All right. Well, we end up with a 2-center top from our AR, Austria, and Russia, Stephen and Darcy. Congratulations. And Craig, how did this happen? What's the story of this game?
I think it was just a well-played AR from the beginning. It let other powers move out to do other things and just said, well, you're going to go do that. I'm going to come in and just take some dots behind you. I thought that's how it worked out for them. And on the other side of the board, Germany ended up unfortunately being the odd man out. And EF put together a pretty good set of moves that kind of held that line. And I think at the end, they were just like, okay, this seems like a decent place to stop.
Yeah, really strong comeback from France after the early EG attack on them. Just outpaced for the top at the end by that one turnaround with what happened with Italy. But really, either way, just a really good comeback from Michael in this game. Well done.
All right. Well, that will be our second game in the Snake Pit. We've got one more, and then after that, we've got our last game of the night, the Virtual Diplomacy League game that is probably wrapping up in the near future. We'll be covering that one pretty quick. But for now, we are going to give, it looks like, Craig the break. I think, no, McCallus, I think it's your turn for a break. And Katie, we'll welcome you back. Katie, did you were you able to catch any of that game? Katie, you are on mute this time.
I was totally on mute. When I joined, I thought it was a Western triple, and I only learned from the comments that it did not start that way. So I was originally very upset, and then I was very happy, and then I was only consumed by the fact that it wasn't a Western triple. That's my only thoughts.
All right. Well, let's get to our next game where we'll find out if there is a Western triple as we go to season 3, round 6, game 2, board B. And
Katie, did we see the same name?
Yeah, Liam, right?
Russian. Yeah, Russia.
Let's go. Sorry, we're
Katie,
not biased here on DPN. We love all our players equally.
Katie, why don't you introduce all of our equal players, please?
Okay, all of our equal players include Nastya Stiles in Austria. We've seen her a few times tonight. England is played by Charlie, who might be a person I played with, or also there could be a new person named Charlie. I don't know. We'll have to see. Francis Boss, whom we just saw in the last game. Germany is Claire Bradbury, a familiar player to those who frequent DBN. Austria is Jeff Wang, also a player that whose name I recognize, who I have played with before. Liam Bennett is in Russia. Sorry, I'm rooting for Russia. I'm usually rooting for Russia because I like Russia, but also Liam is great. He's in Colorado. Go Liam. And then Turkey is Sean Coleman, who is a name that I'm not familiar with. But let's hope that Sean doesn't get aired.
And I believe that at this point in the standings, Jeff Wing is actually in first place. So keep that in mind when we're watching.
Good for you,
this.
Jeff. Good
Yeah.
luck.
All right. Well, let's get to it. Spring of 1901, final game of the Snake Pits coverage of the night. Take it away, Katie.
All right, we have standard openings from Russia, old school opening from Turkey, but still fairly standard. Standard from Nausea and Austria. What is not standard at all is the Italian moves from Jeff Wing. I expect we are still going to see maybe a convoy to Tunis, at least taking Tunis. But Jeff saying, you know what, Sean, we're good friends. I am not going to bother you. Do what you want. I might not be able to get anything from France, but at the very least, I'm not a threat to Turkey. So that's really interesting from Italy. I haven't seen this opening in a while. Germany, we have Claire moving to Burgundy, perhaps a break of a DMZ, especially coupled with Charlie in England moving to the Channel. I think this is probably an EG saying, let's go. We've got agreements with France, but we're not going to keep them. We're just going to go all out. And with Jeff moving to Piedmont, this is actually a nightmare for France. So if Boss can work his way out of the situation, that would be really impressive.
I want to make a public service announcement to all Austrian players. When Italy opens like this, do not be calm, because Piedmont can go to Tyrolia, and things can come back at you pretty quickly. Although it'd be better if Rome went to Venice here, but it's not necessarily not against you.
That's true, but with England and Germany also going against France.
Yeah, it's probably France, but just
maybe
just be careful.
A little more context about our players. Jeff is Speedio, big time player in Gunboat and Extended Deadline or Press. And we've got Sean is an experienced diplomacy player, has won tournaments in both hemispheres. So thank you for giving us that background.
North and south, or east and west?
It's
both
your
hemispheres.
choice. Both.
There's 4 hemispheres.
Both, Craig. Both.
Okay, all of them.
And what did Bro do? Yes, I agree. Hopefully, we'll find out a little more how he handles it in fall of 1901.
All right, so he doesn't guess great. So Boss does lose Brest via convoy, which is the absolute worst way to lose Brest, right? I mean, if the fleet goes there, okay, but the army going there is really bad because it has implications with Paris. He also loses Marseille at the same time. So this is pretty bad for France. This is whatever an air is, but anti-France. I don't know. EGI. What is that? Egg?
It's the egg. The egg.
It's the
It's bad. It's really bad. It's bad for France and probably bad for the rest of the board. We'll have to see. I do think it's interesting that Jeff convoys to Tunis. I mean, he also gets Marseille, so 2 builds from Jeff early on without even a Trieste loan. That's really exciting for Italy. In the north, we have Liam taking Sweden and Charlie taking Norway. That's all pretty standard. Claire is in Germany, so yeah, there's moves to Armenia. Surprise, surprise. Actually, Liam's move from Sebastopol to Armenia is interesting. Why is Russia going to Sebastopol here to build a fleet? Maybe. Are we going to see Liam build a southern fleet?
Come on, Liam, put down that fleet Sev here.
Let's see.
Come on. Yes. Good job, Liam.
I'm less enthusiastic than you because I don't think it's great, but
oh no, I just
we'll
want entertainment value.
We also have double fleets from Jeff Wing's Italy, and we've got a fleet in Liverpool. So some strong statements being put down with these winter of 1901 builds. Don't typically see those are the less flexible options. So that is not the typical thing we're watching, and I'm here for it. So spring of 1902.
All
you,
right.
Craig.
So I'm all the way over in the east where I see Liam taking the Black Sea, which couldn't be stopped, and dropping like down into Ukraine and trying to, bounce Warsaw out. I'm curious what Budapest did. Did Budapest hold Romania? Support Romania?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
And,
All right.
And Romania supported Serbia to Bulgaria.
So maybe maybe this is AR working together to try to take out Turkish dots, and Italy is kind of like maybe going to like come in the tail end of an AIR while still working in the West, which I love. Jeff Wang moves deeper into the Med, into Lyon and Tyrrhenian, takes Ionian. In the West, we've got England doing what England will do when they're trying to fight France by coming into Irish and convoying to Picardy and supporting Germany into Paris. Poor France. I just don't know what France is going to do here to fix this. And then very north, not much is going on. Did I miss something?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Yeah, so in the West, just staying there. England gets into mid-Atlantic, and Italy gets into Spain.
Ooh.
And France actually gets back into Marseille. Not that I think it's going to make a big difference. And Germany takes Belgium instead of
while
England.
Sorry, Craig, but while keeping Paris, like this is
Yeah.
a really good negotiation
Yeah.
from Germany, right? Like
Instead of England taking Belgium, which would have made a little more sense, because Italy was moving out of Marseille, and maybe they didn't know. Probably they didn't know. But Gascony is tapped, Burgundy is tapped. I don't know. There's different ways that could have gone. Anyway,
there's different ways it could have gone, but Germany was pretty much guaranteed to keep Paris.
Yeah. Germany is guaranteed to keep Paris, but like other things could have happened where somebody else could have been in Belgium, like an English unit. And then, sorry, Brian, we didn't see the East very well. East, not a lot going on, just kind of moving down. And then AR is just doing some safety bounces. Italy convoys back to Tuscany, probably just to protect against an Austrian stab.
Yeah. Can I say something? Okay, you've got Italy and England here. This is very meta of me, whatever. But Italy and England are both ordering nonsense moves to Armenia. They're just allied with Claire. Right? Like if you ever see this on a board, you know that whoever's ordering nonsense moves to Armenia, they're like, they want to work with Claire, or they're like making like a sort of a pitch to Claire, right? They're like, hey, I'm fine, like let's work with me. So this is definitely like, it's already EGI because they're taking down France, but also like you don't even need Claire ordering to Armenia. Her allies are doing it for her.
That's some good insight, Katie. I had not picked up on that after all these games. So if
anyone makes joke orders to Armenia, kill Claire.
Yeah, they're pro Claire.
Kill Claire. Immediately kill Claire. I heard kill Claire.
I mean,
all right. Winner vote 2. We got Claire.
Right to me.
Claire putting down 2 armies, and we've got France. Man, bad day for France.
Yeah.
All right. Spring of 03. Back to you, Katie.
All right. Claire said, "Hey, thanks, England. Also, that was enough. I'm taking the channel, or not the channel, but North Sea. I really hope to see a little convoy right into Eddie. It would be so pretty, and I think it's going to happen. At the same time that Charlie orders another joke move to Armenia. Sorry, but it's really funny. Okay. So Claire is working with Liam in the north, taking Norway from England. It's going to Russia. Russia at the same time. Oh my gosh, Liam. Russia got a nice little convoy across the Black Sea into Khan. I absolutely love this move because, one, you always love a convoy across the Black Sea. And also, in general, it's really good for Austria. Like you're getting that army away from Austrian centers. I will say Liam followed it up with armies back into Romania. So, I don't know, in this particular situation, it's not quite as pro-Austria as I've seen before, but it is a really nice move. It's very fun. Sean takes back Armenia, but I mean, is losing Khan, and I don't think that's like, a great trade. Nastya is in Aegean. Jeff is moving fully west, is moving to Tunis and out of Tyrrhenian Sea into Western Med.
Ooh, okay, nice convoy from Pick.
Yeah. So Austria takes Marseille, but Charlie is in Portugal, which is really, really, really fun. It would have been more fun if Germany wasn't stabbing England right now. But it's still a pretty move right now. Like it's still a good move, like on its own.
Yeah, unfortunately now Brest is kind of stuck. Like you could say, okay, just convoy Portugal back and try to like set up some sort of defense on the island. But the problem is if you just convoy Pick down there and Brest is in Gascony, I don't know if that's worth bringing back.
I also just noticed that Charlie just retreated to St. Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Would you convoy that army in Portugal back to the island right now?
I'd probably convoy it straight to London.
I think I would too.
I think so. Yeah.
Or Gascony even. Well, Gascony. Oh boy.
Okay, so Charlie covers Brest, which I don't think is England's most important center, but they can't do anything about Edinburgh, right? So Claire convoys into Edinburgh, which was absolutely guaranteed, nothing that England can do about it. And also moves back to Belgium, I guess, to cover from the channel, from a possible channel snatch. But now has there's German armies in Gascony and Paris, and this is wild. Italy has taken or kept Spain and kept Marseille. England is going to keep Portugal, but so England's not going down, but they have lost.
No, I think England will go down because of Norway.
Oh, Norway. No, because St. Pete. Like I think.
Oh, no, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right.
But the position is so bad that it's like
it's literally split in half, right? Between Skagerrak, North, and Eddy.
Yeah,
England is split in half.
Yeah, I think I have to give Claire so many props right now because one of the first things that I learned, right? The first things I was told playing diplomacy is that if you are France or England and you if you are France or Germany and you're working together against England, when you convoy to England, to the island, you open yourself up and you're really vulnerable. I have never seen this decisive of I'm going to convoy to England, but also like I'm taking out everything else. Like this is the most, like this is actually one of the most dominant German positions I've ever seen. Like this is so impressive. I think everyone else on the board should be terrified, right? Yeah, this is tempo to the absolute max. It is. I mean, I don't know if it's what the people want, Claire, but it's what you want, right? Like this is what Germany wants.
Frankly, though, Turkey's going down fast, and it's fortunate for Claire that there's no movement to the line. Like you don't see Vienna, Tyrolia, Russians moving west as well, which is great, or even Piedmont, Tyrolia here, and Vienna,
Claire's working with Russia, right? Like Claire put Russia in Norway, so why would Liam go to the line, right? Like Claire's just making friends all over the board.
I mean, just because someone works with you doesn't mean you don't do what's in your best interest.
Okay,
to keep them...
some people like friends.
Also fun.
I'm not familiar with that term.
I know.
All right, winter of 1903. We've got Munich and Warsaw going down. We've got Fleet Trieste, awesome, Nastya. Fleet in Naples. The question that I have is if you are Jeff
That's
Wang,
fascinating, actually.
Where do you go from here? If you're Italy.
Oh, boy. If I were Jeff Wang, I would not have wanted to see that fleet come down in Trieste, because where else does that go? Is Nastia saying, "Oh no, that's going against the one dot in Turkey that's left"? That doesn't make any sense. That can only go to like to secure Ionian and things like that. I mean, ugly. Katie?
Everything is so pro Germany. It's just so pro Germany.
All right, moving on. Spring of 1904.
Yep. Oh, and Germany says to Austria, yeah, I think you and I should work against Italy here. So Trieste does not go to Adriatic. It goes right into Venice because Vienna is getting supported into Tyrolia by the German army in Munich. And it would have been possible to get it back if you're Italy, if Budapest hadn't followed up into Trieste, because apparently Russia is on side with this. Russia does get into Khan while Khan gets into Smyrna, but that looks fairly arranged, seeing as Bulgaria doesn't move or do anything here. And Rum goes to Sev. And then in the north, Liam takes St. Petersburg, which really couldn't be stopped unless Germany helped fight against Russia. But it looks like Claire is more interested in taking all of the English dots, which she should have by the end of this year. Possibly not, but probably. And then in the far west, England somehow takes Spain, but loses mid-Atlantic, which retreats to Western Med. I don't know if that lets Charlie hold Spain or not. I don't think it does. Well, either Spain or Portugal. So in the fall, yeah. So Italy takes Portugal. England holds on to Spain. England puts Germany into Marseille.
Yeah.
And England takes mid-Atlantic, which is, I mean, it's kind of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic here for England. But apparently Claire is keeping England alive because of the southbounds in London. Apparently Claire thinks that one of those English fleets are probably pretty valuable to her, as Italy brings almost everything back east against Austria, because Austria had the audacity to take Venice fleet, and so we'll lose that and retreat to Adriatic. There's a bunch of weird orders to Armenia. That's always very funny. And then in the north, not a lot's going on. A lot of red arrows. I don't see anything really changing hands, except that for some reason Khan decides to go to Aegean. I'm going to need help analyzing why Khan went to Aegean there.
Because they are trying to be allied with Nostia. It's just so they don't take that center.
I guess, but I mean, I guess Russia has St. Pete whenever Russia wants it, and Russia did walk out of St. Pete, so England can keep one of the units on the board. I mean, I think that's probably good alliance play by Liam there on both sides of the map, but I don't know.
I just, I don't know if I'm back. I'm having.
You're back.
Internet.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. I just wanted to say the self bounce that Claire did in London is also very telling. I think, right? Like, Germany has a janissary in England. I mean, England's got a fleet in Western Med and in Mao at this point. Like, why would Germany want to slow that down? So I think it's similar, maybe with Germany kind of being like, hey, Liam, let England keep St. Pete, right? Because England is moving fleets down to the Med to sort of be the spear tip or whatever to sort of move ahead.
Yeah, if Claire holds on to win this, which I will be surprised at this point if that does not happen, it is not just a tempo game, but this is definitely showing some diplomatic chops there too.
Yeah.
All right, Katie, back to you. Spring of 05.
Sorry, I'm just drawn to the convoy across north. We've got Claire saying, I don't need London. I'd rather take Norway. I'd rather take Brest. Marseille is whatever, overrated. I don't need it because England's moving to Tyrrhenian Sea anyway. So, like, yeah, England is moving up to MAO, but it's really not super anti-German. Like, what's Charlie going to do? Go for, Liverpool? Okay, Charlie can bounce them out. Like, it's really not a big deal. Like, England takes back St. Pete, Russia takes back St. Pete. So Liam is in St. Pete, loses Norway, probably loses Sweden. Surely loses Sweden in the fall, unless Claire's nice, but probably loses Sweden. Takes Con, is an Ionian, but like Liam's northern game is kind of done, which for all intents and purposes is just Claire's northern game is done also. Like, Claire has taken England, has taken Scandinavia, like, is basically France now with England and Tyrrhenian Sea. Like, I don't know. This is just like Claire's game. What do you see, Craig? Anything different?
You said that Claire is basically France now. I'm like, Claire is basically France and England.
Yeah, Claire's already been England. Yeah.
But like now will actually be. And then fortunately, I think that move from Livonia to Prussia was pretty awesome there. Like, to block one of those out and moving Sev to Ukraine. I'm hoping that that move by Liam down in to Khan is agreed. It looks agreed because Austria is supporting it in. Even though I think the sort of symbolic support is kind of weird to me. Like, do something else with those.
But what? You have nothing else to do.
Yeah, what else? I mean, agreed, but like, maybe it's just to tell the other people on the board, hey, we're together. Like,
it's to tell you, Craig. It's to tell you as the commentator, I want this.
Is it? Huh. I think I missed it.
Hey, look, we've still got England being pro-Claire because England's moving to Armenia.
Oh my God. Why?
Jason, Claire doesn't need to order her own units to Armenia. She's got her lackeys to do it for her. Liam walks into... Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know whose turn it is. Is it my turn? Liam walking...
it's still yours, yeah. Fall.
Liam walking out of St. Pete into Moscow is actually the most incomprehensible thing that I have seen this far in this game. Liam?
Also, walking out of Sweden, I mean...
Yeah.
Just you can retreat anywhere you want to go.
Yeah, maybe it was like, hey, England, let's fight Germany together. I'll walk out of St. Pete. Maybe that's what it is. But like, it really looks to me, at least, like England is just, also German dots. So like, walking out of St. Pete for England is also walking out of St. Pete for Germany. And you are losing Norway and you are losing Sweden, which was guaranteed. You can keep Warsaw next year, and it looks like they've got cooperation with Austria. They're taking Con, moving the fleet down. Austria takes Venice. Unfortunately, it's with a fleet, but England's an Ionian, and it looks like Italy's also pro
England,
like pro England, which is just pro Germany. Like, this is just.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an ally of England, you're also an ally of Germany here.
Yep.
Oh, Germany only goes up 3, huh?
Only
it has
3.
2 places to build.
Yeah, skill issue, I guess. Fleet makes sense.
Yeah.
No, fleet to Baltic doesn't.
We're still
going?
We're still going.
Fleet to Why is the fleet going to Baltic? I don't know.
I mean, is it Claire saying no to the draw?
Well, does Claire want a solo? Like,
yeah, why not? Yeah, she should.
Oh, well, then she probably shouldn't be bringing Burgundy back to Munich. Then
Yeah,
She
or
should
going
be-
to Baltic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or building fleets at this point.
I don't think there's a solo
I don't. I
with
mean,
the time limit. With the time limit.
maybe with the time limit. I
Is
also
it 09?
don't think so. Unless Charlie wants Germany to solo.
They might. Why not? They haven't
But
done
why?
anything to sit on Germany at all. Why not? I mean, I agree, Craig. I agree. But like, what has Charlie done at all?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, no. I think empirically, I think you're correct. I just don't understand, like, as far as like incentive. Like, what's the incentive that Charlie has to have Claire solo here?
I don't know. But I do know that there's now a German
And-
army
and
in St. Pete.
Also,
and a German
Italy
army
is-
in Lithuania.
and Italy is supporting England into Austrian centers, or centers that Austria owns.
Right.
Huh.
And yeah. And Liam
Oh.
just let England into Tunis.
Yeah. And England is building. Awesome. Good
Well,
job.
no, England can't build. England has no home centers.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
And we end.
And there's the game. I mean,
All right.
that was an amazing game by Claire. That was amazing.
Go ahead, Craig. How did Claire do it?
I mean, she just took every dot that was there. Like, I mean, there was no point where I was like, oh, Claire's gotten a little pushback here, Claire's gotten a little pushback there. So probably I'm guessing through a pure diplomatic effort, was just able to manage every other player on this board to sort of bend to her will, I guess. I don't know. It didn't seem like maybe I missed it, but I didn't see any pushback against
No,
Claire there.
She had no enemies. There was an immediate alliance, three-way alliance against France. I think if I'm going to critique Claire, which is hard to do given the center count and the state of this board, I would say I wish that she had thrown a fleet after England's fleets. Like, if she was just in MAO right now and had the threat of taking Portugal or maybe Spain, like, we're really talking solo territory, or like, maybe 16, 17 centers. Because what does she need to be a Baltic for? Nothing, right? Like, she could have moved away.
Yeah.
It's just positioning critiques, which, positioning critiques are fine, but like, at the end of the day, if people aren't going to move against you anyway, like, what do you need position for if people aren't going to do the optimal moves, right? Like, you could just have them do what you want. So,
And you've got 3 units in the med right now they happen to be purple, but they're basically, all intents and purposes, your units. So if you're not trying to solo, then that positioning might have threatened that a little bit. So who knows? Michalis, welcome back. I know you were adding some commentary in the chat, in the comments. What did you see from that game?
I think the solo was very on there. Like, basically, everyone was just working together to screw Austria at the end. And I think even if the game, tactically, the solo to get to 18 isn't necessarily there, but I think that everyone has a limit. And if Germany is on 17 and Austria is like, England and Italy, what are you doing? There's a good chance that limit is crossed and Austria goes, well, okay, screw you, England and Italy. Have Vienna, England, and that's Germany, and that's your 18th. Like, I think that there was definitely some space for the solo diplomatically, even if tactically you didn't have it.
I just don't think that they would have cared. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to say, I'll throw if you don't do what I want. But if the person says, okay, and like, what do you do?
Well, no matter the result, that was a complete game that we saw from Claire. Congratulations on a game well played, and congratulations to all the organizers of the Snake Pit. Those were some fun games. Really appreciate all of those leagues willing to share their games so that we can put them on air. If that was something that looked like fun to you, definitely check out in the description of our broadcast. We've got a link to the Snake Pit. It is a great place to enjoy some games, and hope you are all able to check that out. It is now time for our final game of the night. We'll be covering our last game of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Y'all are all welcome to stay on, and we can just have one big party for the last game, or if somebody needs to drop, you are welcome to do that as well. But no matter what, Katie, unless you're actually, I'm sorry, I've got the order off. Michalis, unless you need to drop, you have the call for this game.
Yeah, all mine, not yours, Katie. You can get your own call. In Austria, we have Jeff Wang from the game we have just seen. In England, we have Gordon McNeil, who looks to be new to VDL. Welcome. In France, we have Tristan Golden, who I've definitely seen play before. Might be an Australian, or I might be confusing him with another Tristan. In Germany, we have Ian Hampton, played earlier with me. In Italy, we have Patrick Jacobson, played a lot, seen him before. Russia, we have Jason Gray, who just cannot get off of this stream tonight. He seems to want to be in all of the games we cover. More Jason appearances. And in Turkey, we have this guy, David Miller. He's won a tournament or two in North America.
He's a hack.
Yeah, I apparently won some big tournament recently.
What's Olney?
They
What's
call it
Olney? Olney's not a real place.
Yeah, I don't know.
If only he wasn't lying about where he's from.
If only. Gross. That's the worst joke I've ever heard.
That's why it's the best joke you've ever heard.
For those who may not be as familiar, David Miller has been dominating the North American diplomacy face-to-face scene for the past couple of years, really. Longtime player, great person, and is, I think, the best testament that I can say for David's game. He's been dominant, and yet still people are saying what a nice person he is, and those two things don't often go hand in hand. But David has not played virtual.
Sorry, he just won DipCon.
Yes,
North American DipCon.
Yes, just won North American DipCon, and will not win the next one because he'll be hosting the next DipCon. So
only one for you, David.
Yes. This is a significant game just because we have not had David play before on virtual, and so we're really happy to have him join us.
He looks like a new guy with his his ranking and his place.
Yeah, and I think technically by rookie rules might be a rookie, so we'll have to look into that and see. All right, spring of 1901. Michalis, take it away.
All right, spring 1901. In the West, we see pretty standard, boring openings. Nothing jumping out anywhere. No bounces in Burgundy, no bounces or moves to channel, just DMZs everywhere. In the East, meanwhile, we have less standard moves as Russia moves Sevastopol straight to Romania, giving up the Black Sea to Turkey. This is not an unusual thing in Australian tournaments. I've covered a lot of Australian tournaments where Russia puts fleet rub and it's part of some juggernaut. I have never understood it, but it is a common thing there. And Jason and Jeff are both Australians. David is definitely not Australian. We'll see how that goes for them. This is one way to juggernaut. So this is an arranged blow up of Romania, which Jeff actually tries to block. So Jeff in Austria sees this coming and goes, I really need to stop them blowing this fleet up. And Jason makes sure that it works by moving to Black Sea to guarantee the double move to Romania. Cool, fun, awesome. I haven't seen something like this in quite a long time, and that's very different. Meanwhile, Jeff's K goes from bad to worse. Russia has supported themselves to Gal. Patrick has moved into Trieste whilst taking Tunis. That's not how you do a Trieste loan. This is pretty bad for Jeff. Not going to have that many units to move to Armenia in this game. In the West, we have a free build France, as everybody says, Tristan, we want you to have free builds, and we'll see how that goes for that.
Tristan even wanted Portugal so bad. Tristan supported himself into it.
All right, winner of 1901. Since this is our last game, we do have enough time. We can call out these adjustments. So what I'll do is whoever's got the call, you can just close out your year by talking through the adjustments and set things up for the next person.
All right, so in the West, we see Fleet London, Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille. Well, that's interesting. France's 2 fleets coming down from the free builds. I don't think England will be thrilled by that. You see Fleet Kiel Army Berlin from Germany, which is very pro France, probably. We see Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg from Jason Gray. I am juggernauting all the way. Screw anyone who says that juggernauts don't work very well nowadays. I'm going to prove you all wrong. Also builds Army Moscow, just as pro-Turkey as he can possibly be. Italy builds 2 fleets, saying, honestly, Austria, I needed the 2 builds. These fleets are going to go and fight against France. Don't mind all those units that are around your dots. And Turkey puts 2 fleets down, which is what you would expect after this arty opening.
Real quick, I just thought, does anybody know, did Gordon win the most recent Nexus press?
I think they said in the comments he was second in the Olympus press final.
Olympus, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So yeah, I thought I recognized that name from the coverage of the Diplomats. If you've not had a chance to do that, I'll do a quick plug. They have some broadcasts here on DBN covering extended deadline and press games. They've got some fantastic interviews, and one of the best things about the Diplomats here at VDL, we get to cover lots of games, go very quickly. Sometimes we're not able to go as deep as I would like, but that allows us to cover more games. With the Diplomats, they tend to focus on one game and then spend the entire broadcast kind of dissecting turn by turn, looking into options, kind of taking a slower, more press-like approach to things. So definitely check that one out if you get the chance. It's worth watching, and glad I made that connection. Gordon, good to have you on the broadcast as well. Spring of 02.
I don't know. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Great. Gordon, great to have you, except you're doing Western triple nonsense, and therefore it's not great to have you. Stop doing this. It's gross. We don't like it. So Gordon moves up to Barents and Norwegian and loses Norway, but whatever, he'll get it back. You've got Ian moving to Baltic. It's going to take Sweden. This is the most triple nonsense I've ever seen in my life, even though I will say Tristan is the one holdout. Maybe there's some good in the world. The moves from France are very neutral. Like could shift north into Irish and be good for the world, or they could just move to Lyon and Western Med or something and be sad. We'll see. In the East, we've got Patrick not convoying back to the boot, but convoying all the way to Albania. That's pretty fun. Not something you see all the time. And meanwhile, David Miller is moving to Aegean, is in black, just holding Romania. Jason Gray has said, you know what, I'm playing in the north. I've got my friend in the south in Turkey, and I'm going up to St. Pete, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because, yeah, what are you going to do about it? It's great. It's fine. I if I'm in a juggernaut, I love somebody in the Black Sea. I think it's really great. I don't know if this is like the most balanced way to do it. It doesn't have to be balanced. I'm hoping it works out for Jason, but I do think that somebody needs to be in the black if you're going to be in a Russia-Turkey alliance. So let's see.
And I will say I like the convoy to Albania for Patrick. Gives you good choices here. You can either prop Austria up if you feel like you're able to slow down the Juggernaut, or you can try and get yours if you're able to negotiate that. But being in Albania gives you options you would not otherwise have. So good for Patrick. Fall of 1902. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, so Patrick takes Aegean and also takes Serbia, but probably by agreement because it's following Jeff, who takes Romania. So, you know, I think it's by agreement probably. Italy's up 1, and Turkey is down 1, although they're not actually down 1, sorry, because they retreat to Sevastopol. So actually it's Russia who's down 1, but actually Russia is down 2 because Russia loses Sweden. Jason, I don't know, maybe don't go on the north, even if you trust Turkey. Because what's he going to do? Not retreat to Sevastopol? I don't know. This is looking pretty bad for Russia. It's looking great for Germany. Germany has taken Sweden and is sort of moving towards the Russian centers, but it's also looking Western Tripoli, which actually never looks great for Germany. France, I like what France is doing a lot. France is doing a lot of nonsense. France is pretending to be in a Western Triple and is sort of like, oh, I'm going to Western Med, but also I'm bouncing myself and blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares what I'm doing. The concern I have is whether it's too late. But, England's just chilling. England's probably trying to take St. Pete, and Germany's took Sweden and is maybe going to go for Warsaw next year. So maybe France has some time to figure out France.
May I say something?
Yeah.
May I say something?
No.
Ian,
Yes.
Ian and Gordon, punish this French BS. Punish it.
No,
what is that?
No, because Craig, because this is probably what they're asking for, right? Like, I feel like France is put in this position because England and Germany are like, hey, let's triple, right? Like, what France wants to be doing this?
So Germany's getting a build, and England's getting a build, and France is not. And France is
England's not getting a build.
England's
gets
getting
to
a build.
Keep Norway, but it's not a build.
Oh, gets to keep Norway. Okay, I thought maybe there was a rebuild. Guess not. Okay, but I still think you need to let France know that if you're in a Western Triple, you're in it, or we're going to stomp on you.
Well, don't make them do a Western Triple. I don't know. Western triples are evil.
But if France has agreed to a Western Triple, do the moves. Don't this drives me nuts in an alliance where somebody's like, no, I'm doing the moves, I'm doing it.
Okay,
you're not actually doing it.
But what if you're France and you know Western Triple is not good for you and you don't want to spend your whole game going after Tunis? And Germany and England both don't want to play ball with you. What are you supposed to do?
Well, something more clever than that. And no offense, Tristan, I'm sure you're amazing. I'm sure you're a fantastic player, but that was Braille. I mean, come on.
Craig, Tristan is in chat telling us Juggernaut needed to be dealt with. He was trying to give Italy, Germany, and England room to do stuff. So
when I'm France, I rarely want to give all 3 of England, Germany, and Italy room to do stuff.
But you know what? Can I say one thing?
Nicholas, are you on my side here? You're on my side here.
It's fine to have that narrative, right? To be like, you have to go deal with Juggernaut, but then you do something about it. So maybe he'll do something next turn. We don't know.
Well, no, maybe that's the perfect opportunity to France to say, Italy, I'm coming to help you do something about this Juggernaut.
Italy's not worried.
Oh, I wouldn't be going into the Med. That's not what I'd be doing.
Not worried.
Yeah,
I think charge into England.
I think there's great opportunity for Ian and Tristan to do something against England from this position. That's what I'm going to be watching for in 02. We do get the fleet build from Kiel. Let's go, Ian. Spring of 03. Yep, here we go. Craig, this one's yours.
All right, so Tristan does do something. I apologize for my earlier whatever. And then so Mid-Atlantic goes to North Atlantic. Portugal goes up to Mid-Atlantic. Spain just keeps Tyrrhenian Sea out of Western Med. And moving westward towards Germany, which, all right. eastward towards Germany. And then in Germany, I guess they're moving into Helgoland so as to help with like maybe taking north. And but importantly, Sweden taps Norway. I'm not sure if they thought they were getting in because Norway, they thought maybe it goes to St. Pete, but all Russia had to do was move Moscow to St. Pete, and that protects it, but that can't be protected now. Warsaw supports Bohemia into Silesia, which pushes Germany back a little bit, but I think Germany might have been going back anyway. Why does that go? What is Munich? Oh, Munich's holding. Okay. And then David Miller takes Romania. No,
Brace.
that's a brace. That's a brace. Yep.
Big brace.
Yep. 3-on-3 brace. Very nice. Little octopus
But
brace there.
Who's on defense? Who gets credit for the nice defense? I don't actually know if it's Turkey or if it's AI.
Well, I think
Yeah.
AI do
AI.
because it took two of them to coordinate against it. David Miller just had to make a decision in his own head.
Well, I don't know. His AI are attacking David, so I think.
Yeah,
it's-
decisions in your own head are very hard, Craig. I don't know.
Actually, David does tap Aegean, so I mean the voices in my head tell me to do things and I just obey.
That's that.
All right, in fall we have a convoy from Gascony up to Clyde. Too bad Liam's not in this game because he'd be tickled with that. But that does allow England to get into the English Channel. I'm not sure that's a big deal because it allows Germany to get into the North Sea. In the middle of the board, not much is going on. What?
I'm sorry. If you're France, why are you attacking Germany and England? Like, can't you pick one?
Don't you think that bounce in Holland is arranged?
No, because
think-
why are you tapping Munich? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
Unless they were, so sometimes you can say, so France says to Germany, hey, Berlin, support Burgundy into Munich so that Munich can tap something. And he says, sure, I'll do that. And then they don't do that. And you look like an idiot, like you just attacked Germany when you actually said just beleaguer Munich. Munich can go tap something else like Tyrolia or something.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I'm not familiar
didn't
with looking
happen.
like an idiot, Craig. Just kidding.
What?
Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, I'm pretty used to that. Okay, so then further in the east, Russia pulls back to Moscow. Turkey takes Romania from Bulgaria and then walks out of Khan so that Aegean can walk into Khan, but Smyrna gets into the Aegean. That's all kind of odd. That's odd.
Dipsy doodle.
Yeah, I mean, it's dipsy doodle,
really
but
bad
like,
for Turkey.
but
Austria
positionally, that's
supported Turkey,
terrible
right?
for.
Right? Didn't Greece support Khan to Aegean?
Yeah, it
pretty
did.
bad.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah, I
bad.
mean, I'm pretty
bad
sure
reason.
Austria stabbed Italy, and Turkey has not worked with them. But
Yeah,
Austria was
yeah.
expecting to get both Serbia and Trieste and to help Turkey, and instead Turkey has stabbed Austria, but Italy has stabbed. Italy has followed up the attack on Turkey. This is,
But
I think, this is a
wouldn't
big
that-
misplay from
wouldn't-
Turkey.
I mean, but that would have allowed Aegean to retreat into Bulgaria, right?
Well, because presumably
but-
in this
okay, but
agreement,
here's the
you're not
thing.
leaving Bulgaria. Like,
Unless-
Also-
if you
Craig, sometimes an ally is worth more than one center. Just sometimes. And I would say like every time, but sometimes.
Austria retreating to Ukraine is weird rather than Galicia there.
All right, Gordon putting down fleet in Eddy. And what? Okay, Silesia is the Russian unit coming off the board. Spring of 1904. This one is going to Michalis.
Yep. So Turkey, having successfully flipped Austria before, but not worked with them, I think is going to reap the rewards of that. And AI are back together, pushing through and destroying pretty much everything Turkey has. That fleet getting into Com was sort of calamitous. So not ideal for Turkey. AI keep growing, good stuff from them to get back on side. In the north, well, whatever the arrangement was between France and Germany, apparently France no longer needs to even be in Burgundy. Now goes back to Gascony, presumably to help retake Brest if England had moved to it, but they don't. And France also gets Liverpool because 2 is bigger than 1.
It is. It is.
I know Craig struggles with that concept.
I don't like digits.
All right. Full 1904, there's squabbling around Scandinavia. England defends Norway successfully, but England suddenly decided that actually they're very pro-France and want to punish Germany. So they not only has France got Liverpool, they've also been given Edinburgh. So delightful stuff for Tristan in that regard. Meanwhile, in the middle of the board, nothing really happens. And in the eastern half of the board, David Miller recaptures Ankara, does blow it up, also puts Jason Gray back into Sevastopol at the same time as Jason Gray takes St. Petersburg. So Jason out of nowhere is +2 as Russia and back in the game. Good stuff. He won't stay dead, but this is still not ideal for Turkey. They have lost Smyrna, lost Romania, lost Sevastopol, and lost Bulgaria. So they are recapturing Con, but they're down to 2. It's all fallen apart.
All right, winner of 1904. Time for Who Do You Like? We've got Tristan Golden coming in hot as France with an 8-center board top. Looks like he is 2 over the rest of the field, or his competition at least. McCallus, I'll go to you first. You get 1 power. You want to take over their game, give you the best chance to win. Who do you like?
France's position is good, but it's not incredible. You've got to beat Italy, who is probably going to compete for the board top with you as well. There's so many fleets up north, which makes it very hard for France with their 1 fleet in Liverpool, 1 in Channel to actually progress further than just London here. Germany is very viable, has good relationships elsewhere, isn't being attacked by the East. So I'm going to go with Austria. I think I like Austria's position in the East a lot. I think that they've pushed a lot of the Italian units away from them. They're going to be able to put a couple units down, probably get the whole Balkans locked up, and then have a nice solid little core there.
And Katie, what about you?
Great. Thank you so much, McCallus. I'm obviously going with France because England is on 2 centers. There are 4 English fleets up there, which means at least 2 of them are gone, right? So like you suddenly do have fleet superiority in the north. And also the East is a disaster. 100% France all day, every day. Done.
Craig.
I like both Austria and France.
Boo. Boo.
That's great. I'm glad you do. Which one?
Yeah,
you can't pick
would have
either. You can't pick either.
Italy is right there, Craig. You have a perfectly valid pick.
All right, I'm going with Germany. Germany's going to pull this out. Ian, I know you can do this.
All
Ian's
right.
compact. Ian is compact and doesn't have any armies on his eastern flank.
Yeah. It's really
Not
great
bad.
great when Germany has no armies to defend their home centers. That's
No,
really,
I think he's fine. He's doing just fine.
All right. Let's see. McCallus, talk to us about our adjustments, and then Katie will be up next.
Well, France, the key adjustment here is they have built Fleet Marseille and said, Italy, I kind of want a war with you. And I think that is absolutely the wrong move if France wants to top this board. So I'm already feeling much better than Katie, which is always a delightful feeling.
I have faith in Tristan. I have faith.
Elsewhere, Fleet Naples, as expected, 2 Austrian armies in Vienna and Budapest. That's what you do in your alliance. Jason shockingly doesn't wave as Russia, and England has kept their units in Scandinavia.
Yeah, so here's the thing about builds, McCallus. Sometimes you can negotiate them ahead of time, and maybe it's slippery Italians like Patrick who are going to move to Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis, and you were like, hey, I had to build in Marseille to keep cover, but actually I'm getting into position in the north, but I'm moving to Spain. Okay, so I I don't know why. I'm full Team France here. Right? Like France is moving into London. I don't know why Liverpool went to Wales. Okay, I would like to be full Team France, but Tristan, I would like you to have roots to NAO or something.
Wouldn't you like Mid-Atlantic to be in the Western Med right now?
No, Craig, I'm full Team France. I have just said that, even if I wouldn't have necessarily made all these moves. I think.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to understand your genius.
I don't have a lot of genius. France is working with Germany. Okay, France is taking London and is otherwise pro Germany, right? Like Germany is taking Norway, and
So why are they not in the bed then?
they're splitting because
Yeah.
you have to play it so that you can get position. I don't know. Come on, Tristan. I'm counting on you in this turn, Tristan. I'm counting on you. I'm sorry. Okay, in the East, we've got stuff happening. I don't know. Russia takes Armenia, so Austria's in Syria, and Italy is in Aegean, but also helping Austria into Con. I think it's goodbye, David Miller. I think that's what's happening.
I like the cut of that. I like the cut of that Jason Gray's jib.
So at least
Yeah,
like
Bohemia is weird sets of moves. Like Italy pulls out of Tyrolia just as Austria goes to Bohemia, just as Germany goes to Silesia. That's a bad coordination between the three of them there.
Sometimes people panic, okay? All right. You know
Hey, we're in the bed.
You know who might be panicking a little bit is France.
How's that pick looking, Katie?
You know what? I don't. Hey, you know what? We're not gonna talk trash, okay? Tristan's doing great. Everything's fine.
Well,
He's still 2 centers above whatever your pick was.
Except.
No,
I don't want to hear except because took London, lost Belgium, whatever. That's just ally management, okay? France still has 8 centers. Germany now has 7 because didn't keep Norway. So only up 1. I don't know. I think it's still looking pretty good for France, okay? France is in Lyon. France is in NAF. Not in Western Med. That's not great. But you know what? He can cover Spain. And now he's got something in the channel that can cover MAO.
Ruhr is friendly.
But I think Germany goes up one here, right?
They're friends.
All right.
I don't know. Guys,
well, we say farewell to Gordon, I believe. Yes, this time I did read it correct. Gordon, thank you for playing. Rough year for David, down to 1 center as well. I'm rooting for keeping that fleet. We'll find out. David Miller, yes.
Who?
And then we've got...
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Jason Gray building again. None of us picked Russia. Maybe we should have done.
Yeah, Jason.
I'm telling you, I think maybe Jason Gray is going to pull this out.
Come back, kid. All right, winner of 05. Let's see the adjustments here. And Katie, you can tell us what they mean.
Jason built in Moscow, which means actually nothing. Thank you, Jason, for being nothing. I don't know what Craig is yawning
these
about,
these are the most boring builds.
No, they're great because they're all very pro Tristan. Very pro
Army Budapest is the most pro French build there.
So is whatever the German army was in Burgundy or Berlin.
Well, all right. So we look over in the east. We see Italy getting into Sevastopol, popping that army that I didn't think it just went down, but it might as well have because it just came off the board. And Italy seems to have, both worked with Austria and turned against Austria. Nah, it's probably arranged to get into Smyrna, and then Syria gets into Smyrna, and Khan gets into Bulgaria on the east coast, which may have some, like, that actually may be meaningful that the fleet went to the east coast of Bulgaria. In the west, Tristan does convoy into Tuscany, which is very nice. That's an excellent play and protects Tunis from Patrick. Smart move. Patrick protects it from Tristan. Smart move. And there's a force into MAO. And the German is just holding in the Norwegian Sea like the sword of Damocles over Tristan's neck.
Yeah, it's a very dodgy place for a German fleet to just be chilling.
Just hanging out there. Doesn't
You
no,
guys
don't
are such-
don't put it in Norway where you'll
you
get a
two are
shot. Just have it hang
Wait,
there.
so,
Like
Austria,
like the guillotine.
You guys
about
are both
the-
so cynical. Okay, it's fine. He's chilling. Okay, he's gonna take Eddie with permission when he wants to, which is not now, obviously, because he's gonna lose Sweden.
because Sweden's gonna walk out. Sweden walks out into Baltic, and that allows Norway to walk into Sweden. Does Norwegian just tap Norway, just in case?
I think this is arranged.
It might be.
It might be. It's
Russia's
probably
been
what is
going
it?
down
Top
in the
down.
east.
So Austria takes Warsaw, but Russia gets back into Sev to pop that Italian army. David Miller dies. Nice try, David Miller. He'll never play virtual again.
You shouldn't have been Turkey. I don't know what you were thinking.
Yeah,
I mean,
Turkey.
Further evidence that virtual is much stronger than the North American tournament field.
Well, I was recently in a game with David Miller was Turkey, and he died quickly also. I don't know what the big hype is about this guy.
Maybe it's just not Turkey.
I don't think I think it's a hype. It's all just a hype.
No, it's just Turkey's not his thing. It's okay. People have different things.
Yeah. And so then in the West, I just see French kind of moving around down towards the Med a little bit more. Like,
With every
gets into
unit,
Piedmont, gets into Mid-Atlantic and Spain South Coast, which I think is probably very good move, seeing as Germany is also moving everything east.
It's all great, but can I just say, Tristan, I love you and you're going to win and that's great. I'm rooting for you. But can you just move London to York? Like, just to be able to bounce Eddie. Like, just to be prepared. But it would be nice.
I thought that we were being cynical about Norwegian Sea, Katie. I thought it was.
No, you're being cynical. I'm trying to understand what's happening.
I think Katie is saying good fences make good neighbors. So
yeah. Thank you, Craig.
Like,
oh my gosh, Craig
cynical,
said exactly what I was thinking. Amazing.
Winner of 1906. We currently got a tie.
All right,
board
Germany.
top.
Germany has to get rid of one. That'll be Sophie's choice.
Norwegian.
Yeah, clearly that would be foolish, but whatever. I would say pull Denmark, but okay. And then Russia's going to build something in St. Pete.
You pulled Denmark, Craig.
Yeah, I would pull Denmark.
You do
Absolutely.
Why would you pull
Absolutely.
Denmark and not Baltic?
I don't know.
I mean, you could pull one or the other. I mean, because you never know, because Russia is adding okay, whatever. I'm not listening to any of you again. Austria is probably going to probably build an army in Vienna.
Oh, do you think? That's a good guess. That's a good
I
guess.
think there's a good argument for the waves. You can build the fleet next year.
Why don't you guys tell me what Italy is going to build? What's Patrick Jacobson?
I think there's a good argument for the wave. I think the
Prodigy
Venice next year.
The prodigy Patrick Jacobson will put down 2 armies, Rome and Naples.
Do it, Patrick.
One of each.
Oh,
That was
Yeah.
close.
it's halfway there.
Hey, Norwegian.
Everything looking good for Tristan in 1906.
Yeah.
But we've got Jeff Wang and Patrick Jacobson may have something to say about it as we go into 07. And I think it is Craig's turn.
No, I think I just did it. So I think it'd be
All right. McCallus.
All right. So in the West, we have nonsense. We have Sweden convoyed into Berlin to backfill it as Berlin moves to Silesia, whilst Germany takes Sweden because reasons, really. Like that's all you need is just reasons with a capital R. Russia also does get back into Warsaw, so Jason Gray is turning this around quite nicely at the moment. And pushing downwards, we see Austria moving in position to get around Sev, so they're also in Rum. So Jeff Wang is, even though they've been kicked out of Warsaw, they're being kicked out to just go and take other centers instead, which is nice stuff from them. In the Med region, we have Germany leaving Tyrolia to take Bohemia, which is just a swap. And France gets blown up in Tuscany, which is not ideal if they ever want to actually take something from Italy. I think that with the loss of both Tuscany and Tyrolia, this is probably the end of their chances of actually taking something from Patrick tactically here.
It's fine.
It is fine because they can rebuild that at home and go do something more useful with it.
There's so obviously like whatever they have an end game agreement for, right? Like Jason just convoyed out of Sweden and Ian just happened to walk into it. Like whatever's happening right now, they already know. Like we're just gonna talk about it. Like we know what's going on, but we don't because they've already agreed to something.
Yeah, more agreed moves as Austria takes both Romania and Sevastopol with the agreement of Austria. And they also lose Galicia in the process as this turns into a bit of a stalemate line slog. Germany gets into Galicia with the help of the Russian, who has lost Norway rather than Sweden, because we need to get that fleet back up to Norwegian Sea. That's really important as part of this alliance. Now that we've pulled it off the board, we need it back. You thought it was gone, and it just keeps coming back. The Hollywood sequel is soon to be here, and the German fleets will be back in the Norwegian Sea where they rightfully belong.
No.
Also, Italy gets Greece in a trade for Romania.
Winter of 1907. Just a quick reminder to everyone, in the Virtual Diplomacy League, games are played by time limit. On average, they end in 1910. If the players are going slow, it'll be 1909. If they're going a little bit faster, 1911, sometimes 1912. But I feel like we might be kind of moving towards a place where some draw conversations are probably starting to come up at this point of the game. We'll find out as we move into 1907. Ooh, go ahead, Katie.
Oh, Katie is so happy.
No, I just like a fleet Brest. It's like you have to build it there because obviously you're fighting Italy, and like, you know, I have to build it in Brest so I can move it to Mao.
Yeah.
Definitely not moving anywhere else.
I'm not going to Channel. I'm not going to
Obviously
take
not.
Belgium. I'm not going
Obviously
to
not.
Marseille to Burgundy. That's not happening.
Obviously not.
I'm a big fan of the Austrian wave there. I think that was a very good wave. I think
Blah, blah, blah.
All right, spring of 08.
Tristan. Fine, MAO is fine too, whatever. I don't know. Whose turn is it, Brian?
Katie, I think it's yours.
Katie,
My
I
turn.
think it's yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got Germany moving, I don't know, Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, Russia. Okay, this is just Russia and Germany and France have some sort of agreed whatever, obviously, right? Like I'm sorry, Brian. I don't want to make this stream unnecessary.
Well, they're not winning, though.
I don't feel like we have to talk about this because whatever's happening, they already know. We don't.
It's a stalemate-like battle, but they're not like Austria has a very defensible position right now. There is a vulnerability in Tyrolia, but this sort of slog chip by chip by chip. It takes quite a long time.
Well, they might not get it, right? They only have a year. I think the last snake pit ended in 09, right?
Well,
this
is
VDL.
Yeah, VDL. So it'll probably go to 1910.
Sorry, you just said that, Brian. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay,
You're
so
good.
they have 2 more years, but like, okay, maybe they won't get there, but I don't know. They just move. They move on. They continue as if they're going to get there. So
that's because they need a unit which can support hold Romania, and they probably want to open up Trieste for the build they have in pocket.
Yeah, but it's the spring.
I mean, why move Berlin to Prussia there? Like,
because it's not
you're all
bothering
friends.
Yeah, because they're friends. Craig, sometimes the people in this game
those are less friendly moves from Germany.
Here, Germany, have 2 of my centers.
Sweden
because
and
I love you.
Berlin. It's really nice. Yeah, because
Holy
now
smokes.
this way, Germany and France can be the same. and
Austria gets to put their build down, so Serbia move
Yeah.
paid off.
And Russia
That's
really
that's
wants-
actually a big mistake by France and Germany to not force Tyrolia. That was where the hole was. They'd set up to get the extra unit around it. That's a big miss actually, because I don't see them winning a stalemate battle. And breaking
Did Jason
through now.
was Jason just so sick of dealing with these folks that he was like, I don't care. Just if you'll take a draw, I'll leave. I'll walk out. It's fine.
No, I think he wants to survive.
Ah,
All
So
right.
you know what? At the end of that, all of us were right, because that's the 3 countries we picked.
What you do?
Another fantastic bit of DBN analysis. This is why you should watch that channel. We provide the cutting insight that nobody else can see. Not
Well,
even the
thank-
other analysts. We all
we all saw
What
that
a team.
Ian was ascendant. Ian was
Thank-
ascendant.
Thank God, McCallus, for that, because I was about to just rant again. Okay, great.
Okay, so Michalis, why don't you help us make some sense? What did we just see? How did this happen?
We saw some very chaotic stuff in the early game. We saw Tristan and Ian put together a very decent stab on England, which took them out of the game. And then at the sort of crucial midpoint of the game, there was a good AI in the east, there was a good FG in the west, where France had the upper hand, and France went into the med. And unfortunately, unless Austria is going to attack Italy in that scenario, it's going to be very, very hard for France to win that med war against Italy. If you don't have help, and Italy is strong, there is, as you see in this exact situation, it's really hard to break through. There's a very strong line. Patrick is a very, very good tactical player as well. So it was very difficult for France to make progress. They sort of got stuck. AI finished cleaning up their side of the board and put together a line. Again, this is Patrick and Jeff, who are very experienced from Dumbo. I'm not surprised they were able to put together a pretty good stalemate line. And Ian, with some good opportunistic moves, snuck his way onto a shared board top. So well done, Ian, as well.
Well, congratulations to our toppers. Katie, Craig, anything that you want to add?
I think the France I will say it in public, and you can all use it against me in games, whatever. The France game plan to winning is kill England, stab Germany. Okay, if you don't need to top the board, if that's not what you're playing for, that's fine, and you can get this, and you can still share a top, and it's great. And good job, Tristan. It's not what I expected to happen on this board, so I was wrong. Unlike McCullough, who's saying we're all great. We are all great, but I was also very wrong. But you know, like sometimes you just have a good alliance and you don't want to stab them. That's fine. That's okay. Great job. Craig can't comprehend it because Craig has never had a good alliance and Craig has never not stabbed someone.
Yes, I have. This is all propaganda. It's not true. I'm a
You
good
just
alliance
did
player.
this.
And as proven by this coverage of the stream, Craig's also never had a board top. So he's looking at 3 people with more board tops than he got.
That's a fair point. I mean, I can't argue with that. That's genius analysis there. That's why we tune in.
All right, Craig, any thoughts on this game?
Now, I can't add to these two, clearly superior players to me.
All
Hey,
right.
Craig, what was the last time we played together? How'd that end up?
Wasn't it in Denver? Didn't I top the board?
No, you didn't top the board.
Weren't you on? Oh, no, you weren't on my
In
last
Craig's
board.
mind,
Oh,
to be
no,
top of that
no,
board,
it's
and that's
because
what matters.
you wouldn't let me top the board because you felt like Ed deserved it. Ed, he was such a good guy. Ed's so
No,
wonderful.
no, Craig. I played so that Keith wouldn't top, and that's what happened.
You had all you.
My point is, you came in like second, and I came in absolute last. So all I'm saying is maybe watch the propaganda.
All
Oh
right.
my
Well,
God.
Yeah, it's been
I-
at least 2 weeks since you won a tournament, right, Casey?
It's been
No, it's
almost
been-
3.
Almost 3.
Washed.
I'm old.
We got some rust coming on here, I think. So, All right. So I want to
God.
thank all of our analysts for their coverage tonight. This was so much fun. Katie, Craig, McAuliffe, I had a blast. I'd like to thank all of you for watching. Dip Chat was a hoot tonight as well. I hope you all enjoyed this as much as I did. If you did, give this stream a thumbs up. Say thanks to your broadcast team. Put a little comment, something to help the algorithm, help more people find the game. But most importantly, go into the comments, find a place to play some diplomacy. There is a wealth of opportunities, regardless of your preferred format. You want to play extended deadline, you want to play gunboat, you want to play speedboat, you want to play face-to-face, you want to find a club. All of those things can be found in those links. Go enjoy the game of diplomacy, and I hope that we will all see you soon. Craig, I'm going to throw it to you. Why don't you close us out?
All right, I want to say one thing before I do the closing. It's that, a lot of people were kind of new tonight, and we make fun of people who play this game, but this is a hard game. It's hard to do well. It's hard to play. It's all in good fun. We don't mean to disparage anyone. It's just we make fun to make it funny. And
I do mean to disparage specifically McAuliffe and Craig. I do mean to do that. If I have done it, I have meant to do it. Okay.
And so I'm just going to say,
win.
Stay safe and stab well.
Good night, everybody.